Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us in our INSAP RMK 12 stakeholder engagement. This is a very important engagement to us. I think today we have a total of about 150 participants in our forum. Among the notable people who have joined us today, this morning, are Tan Sri Telong Yap, the Associated Chinese Chamber of Commerce and Industry President. We were supposed to have the Hua Chung President as well, but Tan Sri Goh Kian Chuan. But unfortunately, he was called away this morning to an important state meeting in Sabah. So he is represented this morning by his Assistant Secretary. But I think what INSAP proposed to do today here is that we want to hear from every segment of society. Of course, the people that we have invited are actually mostly key opinion leaders. The reason why we did that is because I think your opinions count a little bit more. That does not mean that those who are from the smaller SMEs their voice do not count. Which was why we actually invited them, and we actually gave them a forum as well. And for this forum, we have given them the option of either presenting to us in writing or to have to speak to us. And then, of course, I think for the key opinion holder leaders, you have a little bit more time. The key opinion leaders have 15 minutes compared to the industrial leaders. Okay, so let me just give you a rundown on why we are having this. RMK 12 is actually very important for Malaysia going forward. We are just finishing RMK 11, and with that, the end of Vision 2020. I still remember about 2 decades ago when Dr. Mahathir launched the Vision 2020, and we were also excited. But right now we are right at the end of 2020, and I don't even know whether we have actually achieved. We have achieved some of the objectives, but certainly not all. Okay, going back to our stakeholder engagement, the objective for us is that we wish to convey the hopes and aspirations and vision and needs of Malaysians, especially the minorities. We also hope to give voice to Sabah and Sarawak. For today, we have actually invited quite a number of opinion leaders from Sarawak and Sabah. And we also, through this engagement, we hope to assist the federal government to deliver feedback to develop a more holistic 12th Malaysia plan. Of course, much of the plan has already been formalized, I believe. So right now, we're just at the tail end of the stakeholders' engagements. What is RMK 12? RMK 12 is about shared prosperity as a key initiative covering 3 dimensions, essentially economic empowerment, environmental sustainability, and social re-engineering. And the economic empowerment covers new sources of growth, including the very important IR Industrial Revolution 4.0. And we need to look at digital economy, aerospace industry, integrated regional development, and new enablers such as sustainable energy sources and infrastructure connectivity. With regards to infrastructure connectivity, I think we have a huge issue with broadband in Sabah and Sarawak especially. Okay, so environmental sustainability in RMK 12 covers also blue economy, which relates to exploitation and preservation of the marine environment, green technology, renewable energy, as well as adaptation and migration and mitigation of climate change. And social engineering comprises enhancing societal values, improving purchasing power of the people, strengthening social security networks, and improving the well-being of the people. I think it's very important right now, especially with our COVID-19 pandemic currently, where a lot of people have been affected, including even those who are in the B40 especially. Okay, let me just introduce a little bit of who we are. INSAP INSAP is a think tank. We are founded in 1986 by Malaysian Chinese Association. However, we are established as a private company limited by guarantee. We are managed by a board of trustees. Our chairman is YB Senator Dato Sri Tilenker, who is Deputy Minister of National Unity. We have two deputy chairmen, Dr. Pamela Yong, who is with us this morning, and another deputy chairman is Mr. Jacob Lee. INSAP is run by a professional management. At the moment, the company is still growing, and we have 13 staff. Since it was founded, INSAP has undertaken socio-economic and political research, which has led to development of policies that enable better urban and semi-urban living conditions, improve social safety nets, inclusivity in education and development, and above all, national unity. That was a thrust of our parent, which is MCA. But we are committed to promoting national unity in every way we can. Yeah, that remains our core objective. For those who wish to know INSAP a little bit better, please visit us at www.insap.org.my. You will find a lot of our current research up there. Today, we are very fortunate to have a lot of key opinion leaders lined up. Among them, we have YB Senator Robert Lau Hui Yu of Sarawak, who is a political activist. He is also the Assistant Treasurer of the Sarawak United People's Party. We have, among others, Dr. Chandra Muzaffar, political scientist and commentator. We also have Ms. Mira Samantha, woman human rights activist. We have Professor Terence Gomez, an academic and government watcher. And we have two well-known economists, Tan Sri Kasimancho and Tan Sri Dr Ramon Navaradan, Head of Center of Public Policy Studies at Asian Strategy and Leadership Institute, ASLI. We also have from industry, Dato Tan Kok Lian, the President of Malaysian Association of Tours and Travel Agents. And among our seminar audience today, as I mentioned earlier, is Tan Sri Telong Yap. Yeah, and okay, we also have notable academics, doctors, leading industrial players, particularly from Sabah. Thank you for being with us today, which means volumes for us all at INSAP. Today's overall program, we will start with YB Dato Sri Dr. Wee Ka Siong's speech, followed by keynote by Dato Sri Mustafa Mohamad, the Malaysian Minister in the Prime Minister Department. And then the stakeholder engagement will be managed by Associate Professor Dr. Wong Chin Yong. There will be presentation by key opinion leaders, followed by industrial leaders. INSAP is well aware that our stakeholder engagement today, despite the 4-hour segment, touches on just a tiny fraction of what Malaysia has. Therefore, we invite Malaysians to forward their proposals to us directly, and at INSAP, to us at INSAP, or by emailing at hello@insap.org.my. Without further ado, we will start the official program. We now invite YB Dato Sri Dr. Wee Ka Siong, Malaysian Minister of Transport, give us his opening address. YB Dato Sri has recorded his speech, which we will play now.
Salam sejahtera, selamat pagi, a very good morning, 大家好. Yang Berhormat Dato Sri Mustafa Mohamad, Minister in the Prime Minister's Department. Yang Berhormat Dato Sri Tilenker, Chairman of INSAP. Kuasa Presiden Tan Sri T. Sigo, ACCCCIM President Tan Sri Ter Leong Yap, Yang Berhormat Senator Robert Lau, representative from Sarawak, esteemed panel of opinion leaders, distinguished guests, participants and friends. Once again, a very good morning. Welcome to the INSAP RMK 12 Online Stakeholders Engagement Forum. We are indeed very honored to have with us today Yang Berhormat Dato Sri Mustafa Mohamad, Minister in the Prime Minister's Department, who will chart the future of this country for the next 5 years to deliver the keynote address and provide us with a broad policy idea of what is in store in the 12th Malaysia Plan. Rancangan Malaysia, or the Malaysia Plan, has become a massive policy document and roadmap to steer Malaysia's rapid development since its inception. Indeed, we have come a long way since the first Malaysia Plan. Malaysia has seen its fair share of triumphs through the Malaysia Plans. For example, Malaysia was once one of the world's largest exporters of semiconductor components and devices, electrical goods, solar panels, and information and communication technology products. In the 1990s, Malaysia was set to become the fifth Asian tiger. The Asian financial crisis, however, slowed things down. We now see ourselves in a similar situation where there is a need to bounce back and get back on track. Ladies and gentlemen, the year 2020 has taught us just one thing. Sometimes, even with the best planning, things don't necessarily go your way. The 12th Malaysia Plan, in my opinion, must not only plan for the future, but also plan for the contingency. The COVID-19 pandemic has made governments, societies, and communities more vulnerable and volatile, but also, in hindsight, more self-aware, connected, and resilient. It has made us question the way we look at governance and international relations. COVID-19 has also blurred the lines of perceived immunity some countries claim to have, and in the face of this very new challenge, it is the need of the hour to focus on strengthening domestic economy and improving the livelihood of the people. Against this background, the 12th Malaysia Plan should not just be a continuation of previous Malaysia plans. We simply cannot afford to just pick up from where we left off. We are faced with new circumstances, new needs, and new obstacles. In fact, in my opinion, it would not be an exaggeration to say that we are all on an arduous but rewarding journey to reset the Malaysian agenda. In view of the disruption caused by the pandemic, uncertain international order, and unprecedented global trade tension, it is pivotal that Malaysia rises to the occasion and tackles these issues with the true Malaysian spirit, one with wits, grit, and the aim for shared prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, the midterms review of the 11th Malaysia Plan revealed many shortcomings in terms of unemployment rates, fiscal deficit to GDP, and average annual inflation rates. We must acknowledge that we are going into the 12th Malaysia Plan with our work definitely cut off for us. The effects of falling short in achieving the goals of the 11th Malaysia Plan have been further exacerbated by COVID-19, and hence the 12th Malaysia Plan must not only be all-encompassing and far-reaching, but also double as a contingency plan. Malaysia's priorities must be clearly identified and pursued in the hopes of keeping up with life and post-pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to share some of my views on what should be addressed in the 12th Malaysia Plan. Since the first Malaysia Plan, uplifting rural livelihood has been the recurring theme throughout the years. However, it is the undeniable fact that high-income economic activities have always been densely placed in urban areas. This is evident as rural Malaysia is always positioned as a complementary entity next to its urban counterpart. Improvements to the living conditions of low-income rural folks are mostly addressed through providing them with basic infrastructure. The condition demonstrates slanted attention and leading to the birth of geographically marginalized areas. In tandem with the new norm, the 12th Malaysia Plan should set precedent where the embodiment of the Shared Prosperity Vision 2030 can emerge through stimulating equitable growth among advantaged and disadvantaged geographical areas. In other words, it is time for Malaysia's economic advancements to extend beyond the urban borders where idyllic and gentrified rural areas are created. As such, in drafting our next Malaysia blueprint, the outskirts have to be shown the same level of nourishment through modernization and advancements. Ladies and gentlemen, we have also been talking about digital economy for quite some years and some time. It is time now for us to put in real efforts to strengthen our country's digital infrastructure so that we can ride on the wave of the fourth industrial revolution. Things like blockchain, cloud computing, big data is already part of our daily lives. Hence, we should make efforts to enhance high-speed and quality digital connectivity nationwide, which would in turn allow Malaysians to ride on the coming global 5G wave. For example, on the part of the government, deployment of new digital infrastructure should be accelerated, and the pilot projects on digital application should be encouraged. Ladies and gentlemen, also not to forget is the physical connectivity. We should acknowledge that there are still many areas in Malaysia being dubbed as backward and do not even think modernization will ever reach them. The idea of the conscious place-making will see the introduction of modernized townships, transportation facilities, economic activities, and a new way of life. Our outskirts deserve improved level of communication, connectivity, mobility, and accessibility in all aspects. That is at par with its urban counterpart. Projects such as the Pembono Highway, RTS Link, ECRL should be continued to link up the country. Where permissible, we should also explore further similar infrastructure projects to provide seamless connectivity to the rakyat and to further reduce urban-rural divide. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, Malaysia must be pragmatic when setting priorities and shaping the trajectory for the next 5 years. We must have the right vision and outlook. Anything less is counterproductive, and that in this post-pandemic world is not progress. I'm pleased to note that in the process of drafting the 12th Malaysia Plan, the government has put forth tremendous effort in organizing forums and focus group discussion since last year to gather input from Malaysians for Malaysians. As such, the discussion we are about to have today is a necessary contribution and support for Malaysia. On this note, I would like to once again express my utmost appreciation to all participants and to INSAP for organizing this forum. I wish all of you a fruitful discussion today. Thank you. Terima kasih. Sisiet.
Thank you, Dr. Sri. Very good points for us at INSAP. I think in terms of transport, we need quite substantial investment, especially in Sabah and Sarawak, where the infrastructure is really backward. I mean, I've stayed in Sabah for about 15 years, and I've stayed in Sarawak for about 15 years as well. So I've had a balanced knowledge of both states, which is why when it comes to East Malaysia, I myself is very passionate about development. In fact, I still recall that a lot of the issues that are arising from Sabah and Sarawak today, I used to discuss in school, even in the secondary school. We used to debate about Petronas. Why is Petronas taking away all the oil revenue from the state? Those kind of things. And unfortunately, I'm graying now, and we are still talking about Petronas. So we should have been able to move forward. And then, of course, right now, I believe it's a time that we look into shared prosperity. RMK 12, we are talking about shared prosperity. So perhaps one of the ways that we can look into balancing out would be, how do we share prosperity with our East Malaysian brothers and sisters? Yeah. So we would like to continue on with our next program, which is the keynote address by Dr. Sri Muzaffar Mohamad. Malaysian Minister in Prime Minister's Department. Again, Tok Pa has to be in Parliament today, but he has kindly given us his video recording for today. Yeah, please.
Yang Hormat Datuk Sri Dr Kasimancho, Minister Transport, Yang Hormat Senator Dr Sri T, Chairman of INSAP, Yang Hormat Senator Robert Lau, Tan Sri Datuk, distinguished panelists, industry leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by first thanking the organizers for inviting me to say a few words today. The Malaysian economy has gone through a major transformation over the past few decades, from an agriculture-based economy to one that is industrial and services-based. At the macro level, our economy recorded a remarkable growth rate of 6.1% per annum between 1971 and 2019, higher than the average of many advanced economies and emerging markets. Ladies and gentlemen, the Malaysian economy registered a growth of 4.3% in 2019, despite the challenging external economic environment overshadowed by protracted trade tensions between the US and China. And of course, this year, our growth will contract by minus 4.5%. Ladies and gentlemen, the 12th Plan, like its predecessors, is a document that outlines the key strategies and initiatives in navigating Malaysia's economic landscape in the next 5 years, from 2021 to 2025. The 12th Plan will establish a clear strategic direction in ensuring inclusive and meaningful socio-economic development to achieve a more prosperous and united Malaysia. The plan will mark a new beginning for the post-2020 agenda, one that is aligned with the Wawasan Kemakmuran Bersama 2030 and mapped with the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Ladies and gentlemen, in an effort to set the direction of a holistic socio-economic development plan, the government has adopted both a top-down and bottom-up planning approach. In this regard, feedback from all stakeholders will be taken into consideration, of which 13 interagency planning groups, 46 technical working groups, and more than 190 focus groups have been set up since early 2019. Extensive engagements with stakeholders, including the public, the private sector, the academic community, community leaders, non-governmental organizations, civil society, and international organizations have been ongoing for the past 18 months. In addition, engagement sessions with all state governments, with political parties were held to ensure that policies are coordinated with local plans. Ladies and gentlemen, the Economic Planning Unit has also conducted online public consultation to ensure that views and suggestions from the general public will be taken due consideration in the drafting of the 12th Malaysia Plan. The online public consultation inputs include the following: the economy, including SMEs, taxation, income, GDP, food security, commodities and job creation, social issues, among others, work-life balance, racial unity, social inclusion act, social skills, ethics, development, the education system, as well as foreign workers, environment, issues of the environment, such as green tech, solar energy, gazetting more forest areas, promoting tree planting, and more efficient sustainable waste management, policy tools and governance, including security, service delivery, and governance, development of Sabah and Sarawak to bridge the gap between regions in Malaysia, connectivity issues, human capital development, clean water, and finally the digitalization and technology, including the digital economy, fourth industrial revolution, talent development, connectivity, and the gig economy. Ladies and gentlemen, in the 12th Plan, new economic sectors and areas will be identified and developed to drive the economy forward and create economic opportunities for the rakyat. COVID-19 has provided us an opportunity to reform the country's economy, which has been plagued with various structural issues for a long time. we must seize the opportunity and take the bull by the horns. We need bold and radical ideas to address long outstanding issues such as low value-added economic activities, dependence on foreign labor, inequitable income distribution, and regional disparities. Among the key reforms that we will that will give priority in the 12th plan include the following: revitalizing the economy by restoring the growth momentum in all sectors, particularly services, manufacturing, and agriculture. Secondly, social inclusion that will include strategies to increase the purchasing power of the rakyat, improving community development, enhancing safety, healthcare, and the general well-being of the rakyat. Number three, accelerating growth drivers by leveraging the fourth industrial revolution and the digital economy. Will be also giving attention to the environment. Environment, of course, will also be given priority. That includes green technology, the blue economy, renewable energy, as well as climate change and disaster risk mitigation. Finally, the construction of, the construction sector, transportation infrastructure will, of course, be a vital part of our economic agenda. Key transmission networks such as the Central Spine Road, the Pan-Borneo Highway, MRT, LRT are being developed and improved upon. We aim, of course, to provide better hard and soft infrastructure to all Malaysians. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the plan, which is currently in its final lap, is expected to be tabled in Parliament in early 2021, will include strategies and initiatives that will take Malaysia to the next level. We'll, of course, take into consideration the impact of COVID-19, the COVID-19 pandemic, and our desire to become a developed, sustainable, and inclusive nation. Thank you. Please enjoy the rest of this session. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Sri Mustafa Muhammad, for your opinions and ideas. And we will certainly take your suggestions into cognizance when we work on our proposals to the guidance given by you has especially been good. And I think overall, we at INSAP would like to do a more comprehensive package. Proposals cover Sabah and Sarawak as well. Yeah. Okay. So right now, we would like to go to the start of a key opinion leader segment. And first, I would like to introduce our moderator. Our moderator is Professor Dr. Ramon Navaradan, Economics at University of Dr. Ramon, and a visiting fellow the Stockholm Economics. In 2019, Professor Wong, we appointed him as our economic advisor. He completed his bachelor's and master's of economics from University of Malaya and subsequently earned his doctoral degree in international macroeconomics from University Putra, Malaysia. He is an applied theorist working on macroeconomics implications of global production, fragmentation, capital controls, and macroeconomic dimensions of environmental instruments. His works have been published in the China Economic Review, International Review of Economics and Finance, Economic Letter, Economic System, North American Journal of Economics and Finance. I would like to invite Professor Wong to take the floor. Professor Wong.
All right, thank you, Johnny. Good morning to all my guests today, and it's a very pleasant, morning to see all of the most distinguished, eminent scholars, industrial players. Take part in the we all know the problems in all the structural problems since 1957, 3 years of development, right, all the way from, for example, like Dr. Pat had mentioned, very low technical capabilities embodied in all the productions of goods and services in Malaysia. Not only because we do not really have very obvious cutting edge tech industries, but at the same time we have very shallow absorptive capabilities among the SMEs as well. And at the same time, because of that, and we have the results where we have the outcome where even by 2019, half of Malaysian earning monthly income less than 2,441, even up to 2019, not to speak what the COVID-19 has done to the labor market, and we're going to observe an even lower median salary for Malaysian workers by in 2020. And not only the problems in terms of the lack of innovations, lack of innovative capabilities among the productions of goods and services in Malaysia, and we observe, we can even go to the stories about, we have a deteriorating education performance evidenced by the PISA results all this while, and until a level where we even have worried about whether our education system has prepared the human capital ready, not just for the industrial society, but for the post-industrial society that emphasizes on all the innovation activities for the future. All right. So, and even though all these years, we observe improving solutions, either if inter-ethnic or intra-ethnic, but the problems that we have today, it's a very obvious declining in the share of GDP share of income going to labor. That means we have a very, so that starts to raise another kind of difficulties facing Malaysia on how that become effect majority of Malaysian, especially when we know that more than 2/3 of Malaysians, they are employed small and medium enterprises, particularly the micro enterprises, exactly the segments of the industries that face all the structural problems that we just mentioned. So, and even we move along, we move away from all the structural problems, going to the macroeconomies. Yes, we do have a very low and good performance in terms of inflations, and we have all the stable, very low and stable unemployment. Pandemic, but the problems is that we have a rising segments of workers which are designed for the industrial society, but not for the gig economy. After the Asian financial crisis, and we observe a very weak domestic absorptions, where we observe this surplus, that kind of very low domestic investments has consequences on the productivity, on the innovation capabilities of our firms. Even though in the past few years, we start to see the closing gap between that private surplus, but that is mainly because of the falling savings rates as GDP rather than of the picking up of the domestic investment. So that itself, fall in the savings as the share of GDP, create another problem to the society. So given all the problems, not to mention the presence of GLCs in basically every segment of the economy in Malaysia, which many will attribute it as a hinder to the innovative capabilities of Malaysian firms, and the list can go on, right? So given all the problems, we really need very innovative, very bold measures on how to bring Malaysia overcoming all these structural impediments. So, I mean, we can no longer, for example, that we can solve all these problems by bringing in more FDI, for example. And we can no longer say that to solve Malaysian education problems, we just like emphasize more on instead of examination-based oriented, then we move on to doing assignments. And by talking, in that way, it will. I mean, by resorting to the old ways of doing things, it will not solve the problems facing us all this while, including the way, for example, that the government would handle or implement the policy in the future. For example, I attended a webinar months back, and that involved a minister from Singaporean government. So, and by the time that Singaporean minister joined the meeting, so he apologized for being late and mentioning that because they just have a meeting crossing together with 8 different ministers from different ministries, discussing about social policies. So it's supposed to be, so it's no longer what we call a silos kind of working, but that cross-ministry, cross-department collaborations to implement the policy seems to be a way forward in the future. So we need a lot of new ideas, bold ideas on how to really to bring Malaysia to different stage in the future. So that's the reasons why we gathered today with all the distinguished and eminent scholars, key opinion leaders today to have your voice heard. So without further ado, let me do a very simple housekeeping stuff here. So each of you will have 15 minutes in your presentations. And when you come to your last minute, so you will hear the bell rings. So when the bell rings, that means you have 1 minute left for you to wrap up. And then if we do have time, or if we do have, even though we don't have a formal Q&A sessions, but if we do collect some questions, then and we still have time for that, then we will go for a Q&A session. All right, so without further ado, let me introduce our first leaders, key KOLs today, who is YB Senator Tuan Robert Lau Hui Yu. So YB Senator Tuan Robert Lau is currently the Assistant Treasurer of Sarawak United People's Party. He was appointed as a senator since 22nd June 2020. So he is a lawyer and was the councillor of Cebu Municipal from 2004 to 2013. He was the Deputy Chairman of Cebu Rural District Council and the Chairman of SUPP Bawasan Branch. He was also a SUPP candidate during 2010 Cebu by-election. So YB, the floor is yours.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for inviting me. My presentation is being done on video. I've pre-recorded my session, and may I request the organizer to play my video, because right now I'm in the middle of an important meeting at the residence office. As you can see my background, I'm in the middle of a meeting. So what I have to say is actually on my video. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to speak in this INSAP event for the 12th Malaysia Plan Stakeholder Engagement. I'm a senator from Sarawak. I'm from the town Cebu. Recently, I took part in the briefing conducted by the Economic Planning Unit headed by our Minister Dr Sri Muzaffar Muhammad in the Parliament House during our Senate sitting. We were given the briefing on the 12th Malaysia Plan. That's why I volunteered to be one of the speaker representing my party, Sarawak United People's Party. The 12th Malaysia Plan from 2021 to 2025 has the aim of shared prosperity. The issue then is, how do we define shared? We know what is prosperity, shared. How do we share the wealth of the country, and how do we generate prosperity so that all the people can benefit? I speak more from the angle, more focused on Sarawak. As you can see from the data presented, Sarawak and also Sabah, we have the highest poverty rate. In fact, during the briefing given to us in September, Sabah has the absolute poverty level of, I think, is about 17%. And next was Sarawak or Kelantan. Both states have more than 10% of poverty level. So how do we ensure that the wealth of the country is being shared, especially for Sarawak and Sabah after so long? when we all know Sarawak and Sabah have so much wealth, contribute so much to the national coffer, and yet the people there are poor. One of the statistics that was given also is the gap between the rich and the poor is widening. That is the worrying part for the country. What they call it, the Gini coefficient. The rich are getting richer, the poor are getting poorer. And even more worrying is that the data shows that the gap not only widens as a group, as the whole country, but within each community. So among the Malay communities, the rich Malays are getting richer, the poor Malays are getting poorer. The rich Chinese are getting richer, the poorer Chinese are getting poorer, etc. What has gone wrong? We have gone through 11 Malaysia plans, and all the plans have lofty goals, high expectation. But the result does not show that we have hit the target or the goals that were set. Would the same happen to RMK 12? And I think that is the one of the reasons for having this kind of engagement, to find a better way forward. Okay, I'll come back to my to my talk is on Sarawak side. One of the issues that Sarawak faced in terms of shared prosperity for RMK 12 were the goods, the programs, the projects drawn up under RMK 10 reach the people of Sarawak or not? I would say no, judging from the last 50, 60 years. Sarawak and Sabah, I'll show you the map. Sarawak and Sabah is so huge compared to Malaya. The whole map, you look at it. And we are too far away from the capital to have those people in decision-making position, those in power, to really know what is going on the ground. So Sarawak has two main impediments. I will call it the two R's. One is that there's a regional imbalance between where decisions are made in Putrajaya, it does not get to the ground in Sarawak. And the other reason is also, I will call it the rural-urban migration. In Sarawak, vast portion of the population, majority of them, were rural folks. When we formed Malaysia in 1963, I think the figure was close to 80% that were staying in rural. And these people are moving to the town, still continuing to move to the town. And I think now the rural-urban split is about 50-50. So the majority of the poor, of the disenfranchised, are actually the rural-urban group. These people are left out. Federal programs do not reach them. One of the key needs for this group of people in Sarawak, and I think it's true also for Sabah and even for some of the states in West Malaysia, is that housing, affordable housing for this group of people. They came to town looking for job on daily pay, and the biggest hurdle they actually face is getting affordable housing. Without affordable housing, they will never be able to save enough to break through this cycle of poverty. Policymakers then will have to ask one question: why is this so? Why has the funding for building houses, affordable houses, do not reach this group of people? You can see that in Sarawak, like in my town in Sibu, we have these people staying in the squatters area, in the slum area, because they have to stay near the town center where the jobs are, where transportation is easier, where the schools are nearer for the children, and yet there's no housing for them. These urban slums has become their dwelling place. Why is there no cheap, affordable housing for them? The answer is actually quite simple. One, because the urban area are opposition-controlled area, and they are being starved of funding. Government projects for this type of projects for housing tend to be in the semi-rural, rural area, right at the town area where it's opposition held, they do not get the grant. They do not have cheap, affordable housing for them. So this is a policy issue which I think the government can address by cutting off funding to develop for funding for urban area. Is actually punishing those rural urban migrants because they are the ones who really need it. The town folks, they are doing okay, they can move to the suburban. They won't suffer. There's another two reasons why our target has not been met. Why the rich are getting richer, the poor are getting poor. In my view, the Malaysian policies and decisions making has raised too much on the other two R's. The other two R's is decisions and allocations of resources are based on race and religion. I will not say it's all, but they play a big part in some of our decision making. Race and religion has caused a misallocations of resources and policies. We should be looking at the key factor where the needs are. The needs are more important rather than emphasizing on race and religion. Malaysia started off in 1970 with the NEP program, trying to eradicate poverty, trying to create a more balanced society. And yet, now looking at the results, we have not achieved that target. We have to look at why we have not achieved it, what has went wrong, and do something different. There's no point doing the same thing, hoping for different results. The other point which I want to touch on is also on how to address this imbalance. How can there be more shared prosperity? That's the issue of concentration, centralization of power, and decision making, and also resources. We call it federalism. Malaysia has a very concentrated system of power and even of the funding, finance side. I will show you the slide. It will show that Malaysia, in terms of resources, revenue to the government, federal government collected a huge chunk of funds for public sector. I think it's more than 90% goes to federal coffer. Less than 10% go to the state government and the local authority. We have 3 tiers of government, but federal government controls up to 90% or more of our revenue. And in fact, between the revenue, as you can see from the figure, even between the state and the local council, the state has more, is getting more, and the local council getting even less. So you can see the disproportionate of power and where resources are concentrated. That's on the revenue side. And even if you look at the expenditure side, federal government funds that are collected through tax, through revenue, how are they being channeled to? Where are they being spent? Again, overwhelming amount of them is spent at the federal level. Decisions are made at the federal level. The state level also get a very small amount. And when you look at it, the local government, local council get even lesser. So that is a disproportionate in terms of distribution of wealth and also on how it's being spent, decision making. And I'll show you another slide. This is the figure. These are the slides that I got from some of the paper presented, also in some of the workshop relating to our K-12. I'm showing you the slide is on the public complaints overall, on governments, on the public issues. More than half of the issues concern local council, local authority matters, and public amenities. So these are 2 areas where actually the problems are on the ground. It's a grassroots problem. Local authorities, potholes, traffic jams, the collection of rubbish, public amenities, water supply, electricity, these are all localized. So more than 50% of the problems and happiness faced by the people are actually local issues. And yet they are being starved of the decision making and power to solve this issue, which can be easily solved. So I will say that one of the solutions is actually to decentralize the power and then to devolve decision-making power and finance to the state and to the local government. From Sarawak's side angle, I would also emphasize on another two issues, two sectors where the decentralization and devolution of power need to take place. One is on education and healthcare. Education and healthcare make out the two biggest sector in our budget. We got a huge amount of money. I can't remember. I think the figure is very big. In education is 50 billion. Healthcare is somewhere there too. So that take up a huge chunk of money. And this money, who controls them? Again, is concentrated at the federal level. You look at the first slide I showed just now, the map of Sarawak. Huge area. And yet decision making in some of the rural clinics and hospitals has to be referred to Putrajaya to make. This is inefficiency. A lot of resources wasted. And I'm pushing for education, healthcare should be returned to Sarawak and even to Sabah for the state government to run. Whatever budget that's allocated for Sarawak and Sabah for these two departments be parked with the Sarawak government for Sarawak government to administer it. And this will hopefully make it more efficient than what it is now currently. There are a lot of issues in Sarawak on healthcare and also in education. Schools are run down, teachers, the shortage of the relevant subjects, there are many. I'll propose for the devolution of power to resolve some of these issues. In conclusion, I would say that for Malaysia to move forward, for our MK12 to be achieved with shared prosperity, we have to really have a radical rethink in terms of policy decision making. One of this is to devolve power to the state and local government in the area of education, healthcare, local government. The next, we have to transform our system, make it more efficient. And how do we do that? We have to use our best talents, channel our resources based on where there is a need, rather than concentrating on race, on religion, on regional imbalance, the concentration of power, for example, in the Klang Valley. That is my take on how we can move forward. That's my view on RMK12. With that, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, YB. So our next speaker is Mr. Lee Heng Gui. Mr. Lee Heng Gui has 30 years of professional experience as an economist, with almost 12 years in Bank Negara Malaysia and 18 years in financial services. Since July 2016, Mr. Lee was appointed as the Executive Director of Socio-Economic Research Center, Independent Research Center at the Associated Chinese Chambers of Commerce and Industry of Malaysia. He also participates actively in providing economic commentaries to print and electronic media, as well as participates in seminars, conferences as a resource person. Mr. Lee holds a BA majoring in economics from University of Malaya, Malaysia, and a master's degree in development economics from Williams College, the States. Mr. Lee is the recipient of many awards. He was voted best economist in the Age polls twice and ranked top 3 4 times from 2000-2008. Best Economist by the Asset Magazine Hong Kong, Local Currency Board Market of Malaysia in 2007. He also led CIMB macroeconomic research to be ranked among top 3 for 9 consecutive years from in between 2005 and 2013 in the Asia Money polls. So, Mr. Lee, the floor is yours.
Dr. Wong, can you share the screen? I'd like to share my slide. You have to pass the host back to me, Dr. Wong. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Mr. Lee. Go ahead.
Can I? I don't
Your
see.
mic is on. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, okay. Let me. So can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? Hello?
Yes, we can see your screen. Yeah, we
Okay,
can see your
thank
screen.
you. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you, INSAP, for having me this morning to share the thoughts, our thoughts on areas of priority as Malaysia prepare for the new normal in the 12th Malaysia Plan. And in today's section, I will be highlighting some of the global scenario, and then we move on to what should expect from Malaysia and what should we consider in the 12th Malaysia Plan. I think Malaysia, being a small and open economy, remains vulnerable to major economic, social, political, and environmental shifts. And the COVID-19 has swept across the world, leaving a trail of social, economic, and business damages. The world after post-COVID-19, to me, is unlikely to return to the world that we used to be. And many trends already underway in the global economy are being accelerated by the impact of the pandemic. This, among others, include the digital economy, the structural changes which we are seeing now in terms of regionalization of the supply chain, and further implosions of the cross-border data flows. So how would that impact on Malaysia? The implication, the amplifying of this trend would have positive effects or possible effects on long-term choices for the economy and society. And that choices will range between the role of government, the role of institution, the way we are living. What we want is a sustainable living environment, and also a structural change, including in terms of the industrial policy. And there is also a long-term shift in how the government and institutions support the people through social safety nets, universal basic income, and a more inclusive social contract. So to us Malaysians and all the stakeholders in Malaysia, what will remain critical is the need for collective actions of all the stakeholders to reset Malaysia economy that can deliver inclusive economic growth and prosperity for all. So what will the future look like? First thing, the way I see the global environment and the global marketplace, the society will move towards nationalism, isolationism, protectionism, or we are talking about international cooperation, multilateral cooperation. I think the signing of RCEP signifies that the global free trade is still somewhat alive rather than the so-called protectionism in the advanced economy. The second is about the strong government will continue to intervene to support the domestic economy and industry, and we may see harmonization of trade and engagement rules, but there are challenges in terms of issue and the security protection regards to the use of digital technology, data sharing, privacy standards, and internet governance. In terms of the business landscape, we are likely to see continued digital disruptors that will create a lot of competition between the traditional industry, the SME, or even with the offline industry. And the digital acceleration will continue to accelerate, and that will reshape further the whole business landscape. and we may see market continue to consolidate within the industry. Some may survive and some may continue to make the necessary adjustment. So in a nutshell, the highly competitive business landscape will see small and large companies competing from within the ecosystem or also outside the reference industry. So in terms of market regulation, obviously what the investor needs, the government to continue to enhance the good investment climate in terms of providing friendly and predictable regulatory environment. And we believe that over-regulation may stifle innovation and risk-taking activity in the current market environment, more so after the post-COVID-19. And in terms of industry convergence, are we seeing more convergence or divergence among the different sectors of the economy, of the industry? Finance and telco and e-commerce may converge, energy and automotive may converge, and they also continue digital disruptor. The last one is about the innovation and digital trends. I think the global and regional drivers for product and business innovation will continue to reshape the whole business and competitive landscape. And I believe Asia will continue to emerge as the main driver of global innovation, given the dominance power likely to be accorded to China in terms of the technology innovation and technology inferences in terms of global landscape. And new innovation will continue to scale up quickly across the global and also within the regional environment. And last point is about upskilling technology, skill set enhancement, which I think we as a Malaysia, we have to continue to focus the priority on education, reskilling and upskilling, and manpower planning. So look at given the post-COVID global environment, which I painted just now, how would that impact on Malaysia, the 12th Malaysia Plan, which is built on the shared prosperity, sustainability, and competitiveness? I think first of all, the focus point, we have to start to think about where we want Malaysian economy to be in 2025 and beyond. For sure, I think the original target to achieve a high income nation is a tall order now, given the post-COVID environment. And all the stakeholders, whether it's the government, the business sector, individual, household, NGO, have to take stock and reflect. As what our previous speaker mentioned, that we have to review what have we done wrong and how to improve further. Should we start a new models of the economic planning? And we have to look beyond the current uncertainty and start to reimagine a very different future and think about how best we can position ourselves, whether as a government or whether as an individual, the business and household, to compete in a very competitive manner in the new challenges and opportunity. I think it's good that the 12th Malaysia Plan is based on a shared prosperity vision, but the challenge going forward is to how to set what we intend to respond in a fair, sustainable way and harnessing the opportunity. We can keep on saying that we want to have sharing of prosperity, but in what way? What are the mechanisms to ensure that it's an equitable development for all? So I think the government will need to undertake bold and decisive fiscal and economic reform. Why? Because in order to strengthen our economic resilience and have a better prospect for the business and investment. So we need to address the current structural weakness and impediments and vulnerability. We are still trapped in the middle income trajectory. We have limited fiscal firepower that show the COVID-19, the government has run out of reserve in terms of the budget's reserve to sustain the recovery. We continue to see low investment in ICT, slowing productivity growth. Export capacity still need to be uplifted, and also the shortage of skilled manpower. So what will fundamentally transform the Malaysian economy? I think the first thing, we need to redefine the role of government, the role of GLC, and the role of GLC, the GLICS investment. I think reforming public sector delivery services will have to continue to become an effective facilitator. And GLC, which I will leave it to Professor Terence to share with us, basically we should focus on building strong institutions, spearheading new growth areas to open up for private sector, as well as develop areas based on policy needs. And we also have to revive economy on the basis of sustainability, based on the leverage on the deployment of digitalization, enhance our education system, and also skill human capital development, and prepare our workforce for the right skill set to do the job of the future. That will be certainly the first priority. And we also need to address the income inequality between states and regional development gap, which our previous speaker, Dr. Robelau, talking about between Sabah and Sarawak, and also the poorer state in Kelantan. And the last one is about competitiveness, innovation, and environmental sustainability, which is important. I think from now onwards, we will start educating our people the importance of ESG, the importance of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, so that our business and industry are able to compete in an increasingly complexity global marketplace. So with that, based on what our thoughts and our proposal to the government, I think the 12th Malaysia Plan should premise on 5 strategic thrusts. The first one is to ensure fiscal stability, to provide you the fiscal flexibility or firepower to deal with future economic shock. And that will ensure a more stable growth going forward. Second is to unlock new sources of growth riding on the IR4, the rarest digitalization platform, in order to diversify Malaysia's growth away from too concentration on the resource base, but at the same time to up value the skill of technology in those new industries. And third thrust is to reinforce the competitiveness and productivity nexus. The fourth one is to adopt smart and digital technology-driven investment, including the green growth and green investment. And the last, fifth thrust is to education and upskilling workforce for the future. So these are the 2 slides which I will share with you, the 12 priority that we submitted to the government and also to the INSAP for them to convey our inputs from ACCRN in terms of what should be the initiative in the 12th Malaysia Plan. I think the first one is equity in development. Equity is central to development, but the policy priorities for achieving it are not consistently and coherently explored. I think there are 3 areas of priority: equal life chances, equal concern for people needs, and meritocracy. And the second one is fiscal reforms to build sustainable fiscal buffer. I think this is important. The lesson of the COVID-19 underscore the need for the government to continue to build fiscal buffer for future shocks. And that to rebuild the fiscal buffer for rainy day, I think it's time for us to draw a map line to show the commitment that government is willing to put aside all the concern about the political backlash and do the right thing to consolidate the budget after the pandemic, when the economy starting to recover. That includes broaden the tax base, plugging the shadow economy, and also move away from direct taxes to indirect taxes. At the same time, we need to reform the whole public sector, not just area in the right sizing of the civil service, but looking into the public sector pension reform, shifting from the entitlement to contribution base, and rationalize the whole public sector employee, but with a view of optimizing the delivery services. That also include in terms of strengthening, consolidate the social safety network based on targeted needs and income base. Caring for the vulnerable, which is also part of the whole system in order to support and protect the low and middle income household, there's a need for us to relook at the existing social safety net. We have to build a very reliable database in order to implement a targeted based on needs and income, and also protect the underserved society, including those what I call the single employer. I think the other pillar is about revitalize private investment, especially DDI. I think we welcome FDI, but at the same time, we must continue to support the DDI, which has been displaying declining trend over the last few years. I think in this respect, we have proposed a number of measures. I think in nutshell, it's about enhance the good investment climate, and also a predictable regulatory environment, the 3 C's: clarity, consistency, and continuity. I think based on the latest World Bank study, when they surveyed 2,400 CEOs in emerging markets, the findings show that low taxes, low labor costs, and abundant resources matter less for investment decision as compared to you need a macro and political stability, as well as a predictable and transparent regulatory environment to support the private investment. And it's time for us to look at all aspects of the regulatory reform at the federal, states, and local authority. I think we need to ease the business pain point for the business sector when they deal with the regulator. That includes delay in the approvals, long time approval process, inconsistency, confusion. So these are the areas which we hope the government under the 12th Malaysia Plan must continue to improve the regulator and business, what I call the connectivity, to ease the business pain point. I think businesses are welcome for some regulation compliance, but what matters most to them is to spend less time and resources on compliance. The one on securing green growth or investment. A business as usual investment will not lead to a stable future unless we can achieve environmental and sustainability goals. I think this involves re-evaluating the investment priority, shifting the incentive, and investment grade policy. Productivity unplugged. I think boosting productivity growth is a very critical part of our long-term structural reform. I think productivity is something that we continue to lag behind, compare ourselves to some of the advanced economy and even economy within the ASEAN, like Singapore or even like Taiwan out of ASEAN. I think first of all, I continue to believe that we should remove some of the entry barriers and market liberalization to foster a healthy competition. The remaining 6 priority is e-commerce and digitalization. I think here is the game, the name, it will remain the trend, and it's critical for Malaysia government to create an investment-friendly tax, legal and regulatory environment for digital services. I think what we lack of is a better connectivity in terms of the speeds and reliability of the coverage. And we also have to narrow the digital divide between the rural and urban. I think on this front, we hope the government would expedite the National Fiberization and Connectivity Plan, which costs about 21 billion over the next 5 years. On technology adoption, we must enhance the STI support to SME. I think SME is a core pillar to support the whole industrial development as we move towards IR4. I think it's time for us to look at how to reform the R&D. What is the right balance between fundamental and applied research? There are studies saying that if you are over concentration on commercialization of the R&D, to some extent, it may stifle some activity of innovation. These are something that we have to think about, and how to make sure that the R&D commercialization, that we can get the right partner in the right market and the right time. Yeah. Now, on uplifting SME capacity and participation on global value chain, I think we have to continue to facilitate and incentivize domestic SME to participate in global value chain. With the signing of INSAP, there is opportunity for us to take on this regional global value chain along with the support of the right policy and facilitation support from the relevant agency and also ministry. I think we need to promote industrial value added creation and upgrading and also strengthening the domestic SME absorptive capacity. On education and manpower planning, I don't think I need to say much. Basically, we have to relook at the education system. The policy, we had to aim to strengthen the knowledge and technological capacity for innovation. What we need to focus on is to encourage more students to enroll in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, STEM. The coding of is important for us to build our strength in the areas of IR4. Okay, on holistic foreign workers management, I think the stand from industry is very clear. We will continue to reduce the over-dependence and low-skill foreign labor. I think in the meantime, what we need to have a support on certain quality amount of quality foreign workers to supplement the domestic workers in order for us to move towards what the IR4 in terms of the skills to support the demand. I think this is a very long overdue issues that government has yet to find a solution to balance what in terms of how to manage the foreign worker versus to support the industry as they progress towards the IR4, which is, I think we should have a holistic approach to foreign worker management. Perhaps it's time for us to set up a single ministry or a OS center, one-stop center agency to manage the foreign worker. And we may consider some of the proposal like plow back the foreign worker levy into an industrial adjustment fund to support automation and innovation among the SME. The last priority is about ESG, sustainable product. It's time for us to incorporate this concept of sustainability product into Malaysia future industrial development, be integrated as part of the whole planning and management system of the government thinking thought process, and also to educate, to enhance awareness among the business enterprise. I think it's good that in the forthcoming MITI 4th Industrial Master Plan, there will be something more focused on ESG, sustainability, green initiative. And one of the pillars which from the Chinese Chamber we have proposed is to have an eco-green industrial park. So with that, I end my presentation. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Wong. Dr. Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Your plans exactly looks like RMK 12. The coverage is so broad. Right. Thank you very much again, your presentations. All right. So next we have Tan Sri Dr Kamal Saleh. Tan Sri Dr Kamal Saleh is a renowned economist, policy advisor, and politician. So he currently serves as the chairman of the Malaysian Institute of Economic Research, MIER. Tan Sri Kamal was on the Prime Minister's Economic Panel as policy advisor from 1981 to 1986. In 1992, Tan Sri established the first private medical college in Malaysia, the International Medical University IMU, and remained its executive chairman until 2004. Tan Sri Kamal has also served as economic advisor on the National Implementation Task Force in the Badawi administration from 2006 to 2008. His foray into politics was marked by his role as a member of parliament for Wang Samaju from 1996 to 1999. So he was for a time affiliated to UNDP Malaysia as senior technical advisor. Tan Sri Kamal is currently also adjunct professor of economics and development studies in the Asia Europe Institute of University of Malaya. Welcome, Tan Sri. So the floor is yours. Nice seeing you again.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wong. I thank the INSAP for this invitation to participate in this panel on the 12th plan. Right from the day when the government announced the Shared Prosperity 2030 vision, we in MIER, when I came back as chairman recently or last year in April, we started a series of research projects and reorganize some of our personnel in relation towards how to achieve that 2030 vision. That include reviewing its growth projections and some of the strategies that are involved in them. I have prepared some slides, and I would like to share that with you now as it's being prepared. I have some technical problems here, but we'll do that. So the end product of our exercise was in fact to devise what we call the National Economic Reset Plan, which is to address the issue of structural transformation of the economy, and also to deal with the long-term issues rather than purely the response to COVID-19, which we also monitored and announced some of our projections and results, and that we are doing also some more studies on the impact of COVID-19. But until the implementation of vaccination is ongoing and herd immunity will be achieved, we think that the recovery back to a new normal or recovery to the growth path that we want to achieve will probably take 2 years by 2021 and 22. Can you change? And also, the NERP, we have presented the NERP to the government after we have revised this year's recession rate to 5%, in excess of 5%, and to recover by next year to 6 or 7%, which is what is a common understanding now or common projection. And also and we have presented this to the EPU, to the government. It involves some radical transformations, but if you look at this picture, you'll see the necessity for that transformation. That over the last few years, since the high growth phase in the 90s, and after the what you call Asian crisis of '98, economic financial crisis of '98, we have been trending down, or the average growth path is along that black line, which is about 4.5%. Now that trend got worse because of the impact of COVID, as you can see from those projections. And the green part is our new revision to get back to the growth path that we expect for the Vision 2030. We have, as with the Najib administration since 2000, been going down in terms of industrialization, and are in fact being caught in what is called the middle income trap that Mr. Lee also identified earlier, and that how to get back from this new recession to achieve, in this case, greater growth back to our historical path is the key issue. And we know that during that period, manufacturing contribution to value added as well as to employment has been declining. On the right, this graph shows our per capita or output per capita according to our share of non-GDP oil, and it has been bending backwards. It's stagnant since 2000 and bending backwards from up to 2011, and of course with the COVID it has become even probably worse. And on the left is this is called the Premature De-Industrialization that Jomo and Raja and others have commented on a Roddick principle. And if you note, this is largely due to a lack of investment that Sukhdev Singh recently also wrote about, for the impact on capital social formation have been declining, meaning investment have been declining, and the fact that we have been focused more on what you call on consumption to drive our economy, and that consumption is based on debt, and that we have got a very huge debt overhang, and so fiscal consolidation is required. But COVID, however, forces us to consider, or the government to consider, more spending, and it is in fact constrained by this fiscal limitation. And so we need to find back a situation where we can regenerate the economy through through investment, through public investment and private investment, foreign and domestic, so that we can attain the original growth path, or the growth path of about 7%, to achieve the target of Vision 2030 to become a developed nation. Therefore, there are a few priorities that we have identified, which includes reindustrialization, which is the key picture to achieve Industry 4.0 and going beyond that, the post-industrial society. We talk about new agricultural technology, about reskilling, which everybody has discussed about. We have also focused on the Islamic financial sector and rearranging the banking system to incorporate digital banking and to associate to achieve financial inclusion. We talk about the role of the third pillar, which is the NGOs as a partner, and that knowing that the trickling down process has already been acknowledged as not successful in the years of the development aid promoted by IMF and World Bank and other multilateral agencies, as well as advanced country governments, that the process of growth does not, through trickling down by focusing on key sectors and on the government's role, does not reach down that far, down to the bottom 40%. And therefore the need to reach out for human development and what they call the social safety net and social formation. And in that context, then we are talking about a new community-based development from the bottom up, which is an old idea, but has of course been set aside because of the Washington consensus, and the fact that you are approaching, looking at focused top-down in projects now, and that of course include the small scale sector. The SME sector, of course, is for the 12th Malaysia Plan. To us in MIR, is a key intervention. And not just in terms of financing, but also in terms of technology and innovation, and in terms of globalizing its market, so that in this case, we can bring us back to that transformation path. And that requires the use of new communication technologies, promotion of the digital economy, fintech, and the rest. When we looked at the whole proposal of the SVP 2030, there is the need to move away, as I mentioned, from our consumption-based economy to a high-wage economy, which can only be achieved by increased productivity, and so and also investment in new growth centers from an industrialization point of view. And this diagram captures some of our work, including the 6 areas that behind the NERP, which is the National Economic Reset Plan. Next. So to achieve that, we, on the basis of seeking to reindustrialize, insofar as that will create spillover effects and multiplier effects on the rest of the economy, including wages, through increased productivity, we created a plan inside a plan called the Crouching Tiger Plan, meaning that it is the Industrial Development Plan, which we have we want to submit to MITI so that it can be incorporated into the 4th industrial plan that they are working on. In respect of this Crouching Tiger, we signed about 28 MOUs with several partners, both as funders, as what we call promoters of projects, and so on, through our Industrial Research Bureau. And it focuses on so-called 7 leapfrog technologies to transform the economy. And these include the electric car or the EEV, the hydrogen economy, in terms of telecommunication, going to 5G immediately for us to be enabled at all of those new innovations in finance and in transport and in energy issues as well, including then the third renewable energy. On agricultural technology, we call it agrodome technology, and on advanced transport and logistics through Hyperloop and other, say, what you call flash vacuum flash technology, and also in terms of some financial inclusion measures, we call here the gold equity plan. All of these have been presented to the government, and we have about 17 partners now ready to implement some of these projects. We are shifting the Bureau's activities now away from this industrial research and back to economic policy work. We are by creating about 4 centers on social infrastructure, one that includes health, education, and housing, and 2, the Center for Energy Transition towards renewable energy and green technology, green energy, in respect of in dealing with the issues of climate change. And we are talking about a new Center for Financial and Fiscal Policy, and then of course our bread and butter on growth and distribution. So those are 4 new areas which we will launch after this from next year, when the rest of the issue about the Crouching Tiger plan is will be brought under a private equity grouping that has been created as a sister organization to MIER. And on the left-hand side, just to summarize, are the priorities in the NERP that we have proposed. I was beginning with the issue of reindustrialization, for which the Crouching Tiger plan is a key. Second, maximizing the impact of new communication technologies, whether it is 5G or 6G, and there is a proposal to establish a new telco media company called Mango, which will be launched next year. 3, there is a building basic infrastructure for transport and logistics to create a new network that will make us the most connected and central holistic hub for the whole of ASEAN, and in the context of the RCEP multilateral agreement, it will be quite critical. And then, of course, the issue of energizing the SME, we have got a project to launch the kind of e-payment system that includes facility for what we call using it as a guarantee against a loan at the micro or mid financial level. Fourthly, on the issue of transforming education, we know that, and we called it a University 4.0 project, which includes STEM and TVET arrangements in a new way of organizing university education. We hope to launch that also sometime next year. There is where we are seeking, in this case, the need to liberalize the Islamic financial sector. We have been very strong in the sukuk market. We are a leader in Islamic banking, which we should now go to the next stage. And then in social infrastructure, of course, there's national has reform, especially establishing a national health trust. And number eight is very critical for us. That is that we have also proposed a universal basic income plan as part of this NERP, as well as being, as I said, the NGO, and of course, redesigning, most particularly the implementation model. We have great plans, we have great policies, but we are very poor in implementation. Therefore, the reform of the public sector, a very strong and stable government, visionary in terms of its foresight, and efficient in its delivery. And of course, in this case, instead of politics driving economics, economics should drive politics. That is our position. Next. To summarize, I want to next page. Go forward. Sorry, that we have lost here. Go ahead. Go up. Go forward. No. All right. Okay. So to summarize, we are in a position to implement some of these projects under the Crouching Tiger Plan. We also have recommended to government a whole financial plan for the 12th Malaysia Plan. And we hope, and through our public sector initiative, to assist the government in achieving the Vision 2030 goals. So that's my contribution. I hope it sort of gives some basis for thought. And thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tan Sri. It's always exciting listening the Crouching Tiger Plan, because it's not just a plan, but a plan with solid projects in there. So thank you once again, Tan Sri. So next speaker, we have Professor Dr Kasimancho. Professor Dr Kasimancho is the Dean of the Faculty of Business, Economics and Accountancy, University, Malaysia, Sabah. His areas of expertise include economic development and labor economics. Dr. Kasim completed his undergraduate and postgraduate studies in the United States. He further obtained his PhD in economics from the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee in the year 2000. He has on numerous occasions served on the consultation board of various projects of national importance, such as Investing for Sustainable Growth, the Future Dynamics of Malaysian Economic Development towards 2020, Development in Sabah, Sabah Lab, and Poverty Research, Sabah. So, Dato', the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can see my slides. Can you see my slides?
Yes, all good, Prof. I can see your slides.
Thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Wong. Also, thank you very much for inviting me for this very important issues that we discussed this morning. I don't have much time. I've only allocated 15 minutes for this presentation. I have a few slides to go, but I just want to skip some of the slides because it's been well presented by the previous prominent speakers. Okay, now my presentation is divided into certain subtopics. The overview, what is in the budget. I'm not going to go into what is in the budget. I think everybody knows already. And it follows by rural development in Sabah and Sarawak. That has also been highlighted by YB Senator Robert just now. Of course, the impact of COVID. I think everybody knows economic challenges and opportunities way forward, and I conclude my presentation in 15 minutes. Okay. All right. I'm going to skip this. What is in the budget? Everybody knows that the largest ever budget allocated in the history of Malaysia, about 322.5 billion. And it's mentioned that 2.7 billion has been allocated for rural infrastructure. And of course, lots of rural areas will be benefited from the water supply, but I'm going to discuss in this towards my presentation, to the end of my presentation later on. And then certain amount of budget for electricity supply, and also bantuan rumah. Okay, now if we look at Sabah in terms of areas, the Sabah and Sarawak combination together more than Semenanjung actually, 131,587 square kilometer. But of course, the populations are relatively small with that size, almost 6 million compared to Semenanjung, which is 32.6 million. But in terms of size, Sabah Sarawak combined together is more than the whole peninsula. And of course, Kalimantan, we have to also mention about Kalimantan because it is part of Borneo. Both Malaysia, all Malaysia, Semenanjung and Sabah Sarawak, Kalimantan is much bigger than in Malaysia, indeed. Okay, with 17 million, okay, half of the population of Malaysia. Very interesting. Okay, now you look at Sabah here. Also, Senator Robert Lau has also shown you this map. Okay, now in terms of parliamentary seat, okay, in terms of parliamentary seat, just selected few parliamentary seats from Sabah. The size of Kini Batangan is much larger than combination of Pahang, which has 14 member parliament, and Kinabatangan is only represented by Datuk Sri Bong Mokhtar alone, you know, and Lahadatu is much larger than Perlis, and Perlis has 4 member parliaments, and Datu has only 1 member parliament. And Pensiangan parliamentary constituency is bigger than Penang, Melaka, and Perlis. Pensiangan represented by 1 member parliament, Penang represented by 13 MPs, Melaka 6, Perlis 4. You can imagine how much allocation has been allocated to this parliamentary seat, you know, in Sabah. And of course, Sabah and Sarawak for the budget 2021, like I'm Sabahan, and I think most of the Sarawakian and the Sabahan also would like this budget to be focused to rural development, especially in Sabah and Sarawak. Not so much in the cities like Kuching and Kota Kinabalu, but if you move 10 kilometers away from Kota Kinabalu, you are actually in the underdeveloped nation, in the developed areas. So we want that, you know, rural development has to be improved, because we are already, you know, almost 60 years of independence. So the budget this time around, especially next year, emphasize on infrastructure development, expanding internet coverage and penetration, and it's become a national issue now. Students who are taking online lectures, they have to climb up trees to get the signals. This is not good. And recently, a few weeks ago, few students, you know, also having problems when they confronted with the hanging bridge collapse, because on that hanging bridge, they can get, you know, signals of internet. Of course, as been mentioned earlier, road, highways. Actually, we don't have highways in Sabah Sarawak. We are expecting to have this Pan Borneo, okay, from stretching from Kuching all the way to Kudat and Tawau. But last week, I had a discussion with the pengarah of JKR Sabah State, JKR, mentioned about it will take another 15 years for this highway to be completed. So why the problem of the allocation, the finance from Putrajaya, and some places cannot even have a clean and drinkable water in some areas in Sabah. I'm economist studying on poverty, and I've been all interior of Sabah. I've seen it myself how deplorable situation is in Sabah, and some places are very dark. They don't have electricity supply even. Yesterday we just came back from Caningau, and the road was too bad. Still now rainy days, it's very slippery. Of course, Tan Sri Dr. Kamal Salim mentioned about improving educational facilities, about University 4.0. We're not even University 1.0 in Sabah. What more about primary schools or secondary schools? Health facilities, and then of course the rural in Sabah or in Sarawak, the high cost of living is very high. Just to get a small Maggi mee, it costs them 150 cents. Whereas in Kota Kinabalu, in the big cities, it's only a few cents, maybe 40, 50 cents. Why? Because of the logistic problem. I can see the healthcare facilities. The ratio of health clinics to the total population, as you can see, this is just a selected state. One health clinic in Sabah has to be responsible to 13,000 residents. Sarawak 1 to 11,000, compared to Pahang 1 to 5,000. These are very typical problems that we are facing here now. Now, transportation, I said, the inland transportation and connectivity. This is the crack of the problem. It will affect the agricultural sectors. Not only agriculture affected, tourism, education. Students have to walk by foot for 7 kilometers to reach the schools. They don't have enough desa, for example, or asrama, something like that, in some places in Sabah. So all this negatively affect the living standard of the rural community. This can be discussed further, The internet connection, oh man, this is another problem. We are way behind. Not only in rural areas. In my place, very close to University Malaysia Sabah, the connections are not stable. And we are now having these lectures online every day with our university students. So this is also another problem of concern. When talk about youth unemployment, the job market in Sabah is so small. The job market are so small. There's not enough job created because investors are not coming to Sabah. One of the problem is the infrastructure. We don't have infrastructure like in Lembah Kelang or in Johor Bahru or in Penang, Bagan Serai, somewhere in Semenanjung. The electricity supply, the water supply are unstable. So it's kept, the investors away from these two states. As a result, our graduates, they're moving out. They're moving out, we are experiencing brain drain. All the good brain are coming out. If we
Prof, your volume. We cannot hear you. Your mic is off. Yeah, okay. Can you say something? No, we still can't hear you, Prof. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the technical issue that we are facing. We'll try to resolve this. Where's Eric?
Prof. So we're still fixing the problems, the audio problems. Can you wait for a second? So Prof, can you check again if you have muted? Oh, he cannot hear us as well. Yeah. So yeah.
Can you?
Guys, can.
Okay. Now,
Sorry, they cannot hear. Hang on.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Here?
That's an indication that the internet connectivity in Malaysia is really poor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Okay. Can I continue? Can I continue now? Hello? Can I continue now, sir?
Yes, Prof, yes.
Okay, now, okay, I continue with my presentation. We know that tourism industry is booming in Sabah. And it contribute second to our GDP, and I think Sarawak also the same. So very promising in sectors, tourism industries in Sabah and Sarawak, and our agriculture also contributes so much, and we are the largest contributing oil palm plantation to the nation cover GDP of Malaysia. Manufacturing, of course, we are now focusing on our downstream activities. Of course, because of the lack of infrastructure, the SMI is not attractive at this time. And then poverty rate, as mentioned also by previous speakers, Tan Sri, also Kamal mentioned about, also OIB Robert Lau also mentioned about the poverty rate. Sabah is one of the states recorded the highest poverty rate, and even now, at this time with the pandemic, I think the poverty rate is expected to go beyond 20%. This is very alarming and worrying. And of course, now, as I mentioned to you earlier, the labor force participations, okay, because of the small job market in Sabah, the unemployment rate is going to be very high in the future. I'm not going to go into the pandemic, but This is very general, issues or, what is going on right now, the impact of economic pandemic to the states. Okay. Now, the challenges, wage level in Sabah is small, very low. One of the contributing factor is that the low income in Sabah, even the minimum wage, normally the employers are able only to pay 800 ringgit. Otherwise, nobody would like to work in the plantation. So we know that 90% of our workers in plantations are foreigners. And there are very few high jobs in Sabah because we don't have public lease companies or multinational corporations in Sabah and Sarawak. And most of the major federal government GLCs, the HQ are not in Sabah, but most of them are in Putrajaya or in Kuala Lumpur. So this is a high pay job. Now, cost of living, as I said, is very high. Okay, higher than Kuala Lumpur. I think if you have been to Sabah for some time, you agree with me. I'm not going to discuss further on that. Talking about infrastructure, of course, our infrastructure are very poor. Very poor. Electricity supply, shortage, clean up, drinkable water, internet services has been mentioned to you just now. Our job market are small. Our graduates are moving out. Look at the students, and we're talking about transformation of education. In Sabah, the low quality of education because of, new teachers coming. They are untrained, but after they've been here for some times, they're moving out. So then the new teachers coming again. So this is what continuously happen in terms of education because we got low quality and poor facilities. Okay. And then I mentioned to you also the investment domestic. The only thing that are very attractive now is the Sipitang oil and gas terminal, Sogit oil and gas. We are coming up now. This is what we try to do. Of course, the potential is there. So because of the time constraint, we wrote a book, the economy of Sabah and Kalimantan. We wrote 2 books actually. 3 years ago, Sabah has the potential, and you can say as a conclusion to my presentation this morning, economic growth can be seen as necessary but not sufficient for economic development because of the lack of infrastructure. So we need a combination of capital and technological advances, and 2 of the most important sectors of economic growth. So with that, thank you very much. Sorry for the technical problem. You can see that this is what we're experiencing. The internet connections are not really stable in Kota Kinabalu. So thank you with that. Assalamualaikum and very good morning.
Thank you, Professor. So thanks again. So we hear you. So and we do agree and share a worry that, because more we talk about economic growth without sharing the growth to East Malaysia, Sabahan particularly, as if we are abandon them, then one day they will abandon us. So thanks once again, Professor. So next we have Tan Sri Dr Ramon Navaradan. So Tan Sri Dr Ramon is the chairman of the Center for Public Policy Studies at the Asian Strategy and Leadership Institute. So he is also currently the corporate advisor of the Sunway Group, deputy chairman of Sunway College, and director of the Asian Strategy and Leadership. So Tan Sri Ramon has been a civil servant for 30 years now and has been affiliated with the Sunway Group for 26 years. He has dealt mainly with economics and finance in the Treasury. So he served as the Secretary General of the Malaysia Ministry of Transport in 1986 and was the alternate executive director of the World Bank in Washington from 1970 to 1972. Tan Sri Ramon was educated at the University of Malaya in Singapore and Harvard. He received an honorary doctorate of laws from the Oxford Brookes University in 2000. So Tan Sri, You have the floor now.
Thank you, Dr. Wong, and greetings to all my fellow panelists. I think for the record, I'd just like to address the President of MCA, Dr. Sri Dr. Wee Kar Shong Chiang, Dr. Mustafa, my ex-former colleague in the Treasury, and Dr. Sri T. Lian Ke. Saudara-saudara sekalian, selamat pagi, selamat sejahtera. Now, I've been very impressed listening to all these very learned statements. And I'm surprised myself that independently, I came across a different perception or perspective in terms of the next plan. Now, I asked myself, what do we expect from the 12th plan? From the people's point of view, the public point of view, Rakyat's point of view, both urban and rural, what do we expect? We've had so many plans, 11 plans, and I've been involved with them, in them from the beginning. We used to be part of an interagency group made up of the EPU, Treasury, Bank Negara, and Ministry of Trade, and a few others. But the core group, we were involved in the interagency planning. And I recognize also that what has been said, we have been pretty good at plans and planning, but obviously we have not been able to deliver as much as we planned and promised. Fortunately, in my career, I've been involved with serving many Malaysian Chinese ministers. I started from Colonel H.S. Lee, Tung Tan Sri Sin, Tung Lin Leong Sek, and Dr. Tan Sri Ong Kar Teng. And now I'm also working under Chinese boss, Tan Sri Jeffrey Chia of Sunway. So I think maybe I know a little bit of the Chinese mind. What goes in it, they say the inscrutable, but they're very pragmatic. Dr. Sri Muzaffar was also my colleague in the Treasury. He's very open, frank, and I'm so glad that if he cannot be in the Treasury, he's in the EPU, because he's got a very deep insight into what went on in the past. And so I can feel free to be open and frank in this discussion with the chairman's permission. We have to be intellectually honest. I'm afraid a lot of people talk about a lot of things, constructive, critical, negative, but behind closed doors at cocktails and coffee shops. But the real issues, the feelings of the people are not sufficiently highlighted. So I'm grateful to INSAP for this discussion. So I asked myself, what do you hope to aspire and expect from the 12th plan? One thing is quite clear. Nobody can be against the whole objective, the whole goal of wanting a more peaceful, more united, more harmonious, more progressive, more equitable, and just society. And the 5-year plan, the 12th plan, should not be concerned purely with economics. It's a whole gamut of social well-being, the well-being of the country, of the nation. From the very first plan, we had this concept. The plan should achieve the overriding objective of national unity. Now, although we have come a long way, since the early days, I'm afraid we still don't have national unity to the extent that we should. We don't have a fair society. There's this big gap between the rich and the poor, the widening gap as previous speakers have touched upon. And we don't seem to be sufficiently committed to closing that gap. One big problem is actually the distortion of the new economic policy. And I don't think I heard anyone commenting on that, on the NEP. Because we cannot carry on with the NEP. We're not talking about shared prosperity, but is that going to be another distortion of the NEP? The NEP was introduced by PM Prime Minister Tun Abdul Razak after the 1969 tragic riots. It aimed to eradicate poverty regardless of race. But over time, I think that concept of regardless of race seemed to fade away. And now, the NEP, instead of, as earlier, being a source of strength and unity, is now become a source of disunity and polarization. Because people don't feel they benefit. The poor Malays feel they could have got much more, and are rightly so. The poor Chinese, Indians, Karajan, Murut, and those from Sabah, others from Sabah and Sarawak, were left out. When Professor talking about one girl trying to tap into the internet from a treetop, I mean, it's ridiculous. But what are our politicians doing? What is the MCA doing, MIC doing, and UMNO doing, and now the new political party doing? The same people rotating round and round, but the delivery seems to be static. The problem with the planning and proper implementation, I think, is this issue of exclusivity, this issue of non-inclusivity, this whole issue of secrecy. Let me tell you a little story to try and make my delivery more interesting. In 1969, when I come back from Harvard, I was asked to head the economic division. And I used to attend this interagency group planning the NEP, mainly by the Harvard Advisory Group. Somebody who's gone left us, so I won't mention his name. And the issue was going to be very skewed. I attended those meetings on behalf of the Treasury, on behalf of our country, Malek Marikan, and found that I was getting asthma for the first time in my life. That's because of the stress and the tension. They had projections on a working level indicating that there should be large unemployment among the non-Malays and no unemployment for the Malays. I got worried. I asked whether Tun Hussein knew about it. His secretary, Tan Chai Min, said, I don't know. I said, better check because I am going to this meeting and not knowing whether my minister supports it. He told Tan Hussein, and Tun Tan Hussein called Tan Sri Chong and myself, what's all this about their new economic policy? Can you imagine the Minister of Finance not knowing about it? After that, of course, he insisted on being briefed and softened it somewhat because there was some extreme ideas proposed at that time. Now, this cannot carry on. There's got to be more discussion. We need to know what really shared prosperity means. The poverty side, we succeeded a great deal until the UN report, where we find we could have done much better. But on the restructuring side, we also came a long way with all the GLCs. They should be included. But there is a question of definition and quantum and doubt. And for that reason, I would propose there should be a full-scale study which is transparent, get even the World Bank or anybody else involved. Now on the topic, shared prosperity in the plan. What is it really? Is it going to be Robin Hood philosophy? Take from the rich and give to the poor and don't do anything else in between? Are we going to have the same ugly concepts of the NEP that emerged later on in the implementation adopted in the shared prosperity too? Is it going to be more ketuananship? Because the public, here again, there needs to be proper survey. Non-Malays generally don't feel confident about the future. A lot of Malays too feel with corruption, the rich get richer, and so they have no role to play, not much gain to get. So we ask ourselves again, is this what our founding fathers wanted? Tunku Abdul Rahman, Tun Razak, Tun Hussein on. Everything went off quite well actually until the 1980s. We must ensure that in formulating this new plan, and especially in the implementation, there is no bias. If we are afraid of dominance of one race, whatever, can we have a quota system as an idea? Recently, the budget came out with allocation for 100 million for Indian, Malaysian, 170 or odd million for Chinese, Malaysian. Now, that is not on. We are all Malaysians, and all policies should apply equally to all. Otherwise, it looks as if it's a budget or the 5-year plan for only one race. That is not intended, and it shouldn't be the case. So what do we want when we talk about shared prosperity? We mean equal opportunities in education, in the public and civil services, private sector employment, land alienation, distribution, licenses, permits, contracts, university places, etc., etc. If we want the private sector to get more involved with getting Bhumi Putras, why don't we have, as another proposal, joint enterprises between multiracial, so that there are some incentives given for multiracial companies to operate, and we can learn from each other. Malays, the Chinese, the Indians, the Kadizans, the Muruks, learn from each other, because each one of us are blessed with special skills. We need to treat all Malaysians as equal. Otherwise we have more and more polarization. So let me summarize quickly. A lot of it has been said, so I won't repeat. But we must be much more competitive, meritocratic, and inclusive. Otherwise, you will have a sense of alienation and detachment from what government is doing. The police, the military must be more multiracial. People must have their confidence increased. Education, we all talked about it for a long time, but nothing really moves, and we must push. Get the private sector to play a bigger role. People criticize the civil service for being bloated. True. But who created it? When you have a big public sector, you must staff the public sector. But if you let the private sector play a bigger role in education, health, infrastructure, right across the board, you can do much better. The Sabah Sarawak issue is deplorable. The Malaysian Agreement 63 should be reviewed in this plan, and they should be given a better deal. The disparity in incomes must be addressed. 17 goals, UN goals, must be embedded in the whole plan. And if you ask me what we really want, it's very simple. Sometimes we economists make it complicated, and politicians make it even more confused and complicated. But really, we just want a place under the sun, whether you're rich or poor, or race, this race, that religion. Thank God this is a blessed country. We've got all the resources that we need, but just that, as Gandhi said, God has given us enough for everybody's need, but for nobody's greed. And that's what's happened. You see, in the whole discussion, I didn't hear the word corruption, cronyism, wastage of public funds, racial intolerance, religious intolerance, because all this goes towards making what is Malaysia and what is a progressive, harmonious country. I'm afraid that we have a long way to go in that sense. And I hope that 5-year planners, they will incorporate issues that are not purely in terms of, I know what it used to be. You just put up a whole list of projects and see how much it is, whether you can afford it, and that's the plan. But the issue of structural change, moving from NEP to a more normal society with competition and safeguards to benefit the poor and the deprived and the underprivileged, that is what we really want. It may be too late for the APU and Dr. Sri Muzaffar to change the plan, but some basic adjustments can be made before it's too late and it comes out again and implemented the same way. Finally, I would appeal that civil service be made more multiracial. When I joined the civil service in '59, that's a long time ago, we had a rough ratio of 4:1. 4 Malay or Bumi Putra to 1 non-Malay. Today, I've lost count. I think it's an important issue because people feel empathetic to those they are serving if they come from a similar background. And so the plan can go one way, implementation go another way if you don't have good implementers and politicians who think economics and public welfare rather than their own personal gain and political advancement. With that, I say thank you very much. Terima kasih. I can take some questions if you want, if I got some spare time. Hello?
Thank you, Tan Sri. Do we have questions? Or should we proceed? Yeah, right. Thanks, Tan Sri. I mean, thank you for bringing up this ethnicity issues which have honed the policy making for so many years, and it carries different weight from someone like you who have served so many administrations. Thank you again. Bring up this issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So thanks. Next, we have Professor Terence Gomez. All right, Professor Terence Gomez. It's Professor of Political Economy at the Faculty of Economics and Administration, University of Malaya. He specializes in state market relations and the linkages between politics, policies, and capital development. He has also held appointments at the University of Leeds and Murdoch University, and served as visiting professor at Kobe University and at the University of Michigan. From September 2014 till March 2015, he served as visiting professor at the University of California, San Diego. He served as research coordinator at the United Nations Research Institute for Social Development in Geneva, Switzerland between 2005 and 2008. Other academic appointments include visiting fellowships at the Australian National University and the Nordic Institute of Asian Studies, Denmark. So his international book publications include, among many others, Malaysia's Political Economy, Politics, Patronage and Profits in 1997, Chinese Business in Malaysia, Accumulation, Ascendance and Accommodation 1999, Chinese Enterprise, Transnationalism and Identity in 2003, The State of Malaysia, Ethnicity, Equity and Reform 2004, Politics of Malaysia, The Malay Dimensions 2007, The New Economic Policy in Malaysia, Affirmative Action, Horizontal Inequalities and Social Justice, published in 2013, and the Ministers of Finance and Corporate Ownerships and Control of Corporate Malaysia in 2008. So his academic articles and reviews have been published widely by major international journals, including Journal of Contemporary Asia, Ethnic and Racial Studies, Asian Economic Papers, and Asian Pacific Business Review. So, Prof, floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes,
can you
clearly.
see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me start by saying this. I will be taking off from where Ramon Navaradan ended. The points which I will discuss today, since I've only 15 minutes, will focus on the corporate sector. I am going to focus primarily on my area of research, which is on government-business ties. Now, I would like to start by bringing back some history, going into some history about Malaysia plans, this particular Malaysia plan, the 12th Malaysia Plan. What is interesting here is when we look at the 12th Malaysia Plan, we have to do a review of the previous Malaysia Plan. That's the 11th Malaysia Plan. The 11th Malaysia Plan was in fact created by Najib Razak under the Barisan Nasional Government. And the midterm review of the 11th Malaysia Plan was done by the Pakatan government, which subsequently also introduced shared prosperity vision. And now we have a new government, the Pakatan government, which is discussing the 12th Malaysia Plan. One point of continuity in all these plans, interestingly enough, is the Minister, Muzaffar, who was, there's some continuity there because he was privy to the making of all these plans. But before I start my discussion also on what I think about the pending 12th Malaysia Plan, I'd like to make this point. When Najib Razak came to power, it was at a time after the global financial crisis in 2009. And when he looked upon the economy and he spoke to many people in the corporate sector, one key point that was made to him was, we have to do away with the NEP type affirmative action in business. And he himself, after having discussed this matter with a number of people, said, no more affirmative action. This was headlines in the newspapers in the Star. Subsequently, there was a backlash from UMNO. And so he changed it to market-friendly affirmative action. This is in the 10th Malaysia Plan. That market-friendly affirmative action didn't work. If you look at the 11th Malaysia Plan, clearly there's no mention anymore of market-friendly affirmative action. The 11th Malaysia Plan was also introduced after the debacle, the BN debacle in the 2013 general election. So he then said, the infamous statement, "Apa lagi Cina mau," focused his attention on the Bumiputras, and in the 11th Malaysia Plan, he came out with his own affirmative action policy called the Bumiputra Economic Empowerment Policy. I would like to stress this. When Pakatan was in the opposition, in its manifesto, they clearly said, we will move away from race-based policies to those based on needs. When they came to power, they too, like Najib Razak, backtracked. This backtracking can clearly be seen not only in the midterm review of the 11th Malaysia Plan, where they endorsed the BEC, the Bumiputra Economic Empowerment Policy, but if you read the SPV, the Shared Prosperity Vision, you will also see that very clearly there's a stress on race-based policies. Now, this is problematic because look at this diagram. This diagram shows the equity distribution figures which were presented in the SPV. I'd like to remind you in the 11th Malaysia Plan, unlike previous Malaysia plans, they did not show the equity distribution figures among all Malaysians. Now, what is interesting about this figure is the serious nature of equity distribution in terms of how Malaysia has gone backwards. Now, in 1970, if you look at the Bumiputra figures when the NEP was introduced, Bumiputras owned only 2.4% of corporate equity. It reached a high of 23.4% in 2011, and since then, there's been a remarkable fall in terms of corporate equity owned by Bumiputras. In 2015, it had fallen to 16.2%. I raise this point because I'm asking, with all the efforts to increase Bumiputra equity ownership, why has there been this fall? This was not discussed in the SPV. The second point, if you look at non-Bumiputras, in 1970, they owned 34.3% of corporate equity. It reached a high of 46.8% in 1990. But look at the figure now in 2015. It has fallen remarkably to 30.7%. What that means is Bumiputras today, according to the government, owns less equity today. Non-Bumiputras own less equity today than they did in 1970. So just as the Bumiputras have fallen behind, so too have the non-Bumiputras. So where is the increase? And this is where we go back to, again, 1970, look at foreign equity ownership. It was a high of 63.3%. The new economic policy was brought in also to redistribute that wealth cornered by foreigners during colonial rule and to redistribute it more equitably. It fell remarkably to 25.4% in 1990, but now it is shot up to 45.3%. These figures, let me remind you, are for 2015. We are 5 years on. What are the figures now? I'm waiting to see in the 12th Malaysia Plan the equity distribution figures because they probably, if I'm not mistaken, foreign ownership of corporate equity would have now clearly passed 50%. And I raise this also because I want to bring up the issue of China and China's involvement in the Malaysian economy, but I'll come to that later. But here you can see foreign equity is rising, non-Bumiputra equity is reducing, Bumiputra equity is reducing. All Malaysians, to my mind, are in a serious situation as far as equity distribution is concerned. More so since the government has paid so much attention to it. So let's break this down into now the next diagram. I'm not sure why this next diagram is not coming up. Can you see it? Okay, here we are. Here you can see it more clearly. I'm now trying to show you the corporate sector in Malaysia. The corporate sector constitutes large-scale enterprises of the sort you're seeing here, foreign firms, which some of them are also listed here, the GLCs, which I'll come to, and small and medium-scale enterprises. Here you're only seeing the largest enterprises in Malaysia. And here you can see the outcome of policies such as the new economic policy, which has been in place since 1970s. Now, what you can see here is in red, the largest enterprises in this country are the GLCs. If you look at the top 10, 8 of them are GLCs. If you look at the top 20, nearly half of them are GLCs. If you look at the rest of the companies, what is interesting is in terms of Bumiputra ownership, the Bumiputras have not done well in spite of concerted efforts to make them corporate captains. So here what we can see, the only Bumiputra we can see here is at number 28, AMB Holdings and Bank, which is controlled by Asman Hashim, but even he is relinquishing his stake very soon, I've been told. And it's going to be taken over by a GLIC, a government investment company, that's EPF. The other major company in the top 50 owned by Bumiputra is the well-connected Syed Mokhtar, who owns MNC Corporation. The rest are family-owned companies and foreign-owned enterprises. Now, what I don't have here, and which I would like to discuss very quickly, is the SME sector. The SME sector, let me remind you, constitutes 98.5%. 98.5% of the corporate sector. There are 1.2 million registered firms in this country. If you look at these SMEs, which constitute, as I said, the bulk of companies in this country, 76% of them, of this 98%, 76% of them are micro firms. What that means is about 893,000 companies in this country are micro firms. That means they have 5 employees or less. This is a major structural problem. I have seen nothing so far in the government plans in terms of how we're going to resolve this major structural problem. What is interesting also in the last budget, the finance minister, Dr Muzaffar, said this very clearly. If you look at the budget takes the same ethnic perspective in terms of distribution of concessions under the budget. Majority of the concessions were targeted at Bumiputras. And here's what he also said. Out of these SMEs, 80%, his words, 80% of these SMEs are non-Bumiputra owned, and yet the budget targeted at that 20%. If you read the SPV carefully, what the SPV clearly shows also is in terms of value added for companies owned by the non-Bumiputras, they have not done as well as the non-Bumiputras. Now, I don't like this discussion on Bumiputra and non-Bumiputra dichotomy, but I have no choice but to get into it because that's the discourse of the government. And what I am trying to argue here is I do wish in the 12th Malaysia Plan they will stop this Bumiputra, non-Bumiputra dichotomy and start focusing on the corporate sector as a whole and look at the most dynamic sectors of the economy, the most dynamic enterprises, and target the efforts there because, and here we come to this, the pandemic. What the pandemic has indicated is this: we have a serious problem because in a lockdown, we can't turn to the private firms for help. So who do we turn to? We turn to the government-linked companies. Again, I turn to Dr Muzaffar, the finance minister, when he took power as finance minister. That's when the pandemic hit us, and he referred to the government ecosystem. What is this government ecosystem? This is it, the GLC world. The GLC world really constitutes government-linked companies, such as the government-linked investment companies. We have statutory bodies, we have foundations, we have development financial institutions, the DFIs, such as the SME Bank, the Agro Bank, the Export-Import Bank. These are all important institutions. The statutory bodies were created by law to help alleviate poverty and to redress rural sector backwardness. So you have institutions like FELDA, for example, you have institutions like MARA. These were all created to help, particularly the rural folk, and we have seen that we have not done enough in that area. What is interesting is that Dr Muzaffar said, it is this ecosystem that we are now going to turn to help get this economy back on track. But what is important is that this pandemic clearly indicated to us that the government has an institutional architecture which, if well deployed, can play a major role in dealing with many of the structural problems that we have in this country, including the points raised like rural differences, wealth and income disparities. And here I'm only showing you the GLCs owned by 4 major ministries: the Prime Minister's Department, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Rural and Regional Development, and very importantly today, the Ministry of Science and Technology. Important focus on technology. We have seen already the importance of technology in this new world, where we have to turn to technology as a major tool which we need to use to get the economy going again. Now here, what is interesting is if you look at the budget as well as the stimulus packages that were provided, that were presented to us, what they provided for was that they were going to use these very same institutions to help the economy. So for example, in telecommunications, the GLCs in telecommunications were used to provide the services that we needed. In utilities, the NAGA was going to provide services in terms of reducing the cost of power supply. If you look at the banking sector, the GLC banks were asked to put a moratorium on loans. It clearly indicated that the government had tools which they could use to help sustain this economy. But the problem is, this is a serious problem. How are the GLCs being used? Here we are fortunate, we have this world. But as Mahathir himself said when he was in the opposition, this world has become so big, so huge that even the bureaucrats have no clue how big it is. It's a shadow world. The politicians don't want to cast light in the shadow world because if they do, they have to dispense with the practice of patronage where they appoint politicians to these GLCs, which then get us these stipends, which these GLCs get these politicians get as GLC directors are then channeled into the political system. It's a major source of political financing. I'm only showing you the GLC world at the federal level. Let me tell you that at the state level, every state in this country, they have GLCs. They also have institutions known as Chief Minister Incorporated or Mantri Besar Incorporated, which are controlled by politicians as a mechanism to make appointments where, following these appointments, these GLCs can be used to muster support in key constituencies, ostensibly through corporate social responsibility activities. It's a much abused world. And as you know, from this much abused world, we have also seen major scandals. The most prominent scandal, of course, is 1MDB. We've also had the Mara scandal, we've had the Tabung Haji scandal. So we have had numerous problems with this GLC world. I have to move quickly because what is important here now when we look at the GLC world is it draws attention to the public sector. How much coordination is there in the public sector? We've already heard how huge this public sector is. On here, I've tried to capture this public sector in just this one diagram. So on the left, you have number one, the GLC world. Number two, there is a current policy planning structure. I'm not saying there isn't one. But what I'm also saying is, if you look at this world, we have the financial institutions like RFB Bank, Bank Islam. We have the development financial institutions like SME Bank, Agro Bank. We also have numerous training institutions, and you'll see much in the budget and in the stimulus packages about need for skills training institutions. And we have the universities. Little has been said about the universities, but I'd like to stress this: the universities. There's far too many universities in this country. We've been talking about that. Why does the government continue to create these universities when we also know that only 49% of academics in this country have a PhD? We also know because of this, there are serious problems in terms of the quality of graduates that we are getting. There are serious problems here with the university system. The government does not want to relinquish control of the universities back to the academics to give us more authority. A big problem here. And what this means is the contribution by academics, by the universities to policy discussion. Is there a link between the government and the universities in terms of real policy research that feeds into our public policies, including the 12th Malaysia Plan? From my working with the government, I can tell you there is very little input based on research into public policies, and this is a major flaw with the making of public policies, which I think will be repeated in the 12th Malaysia Plan. I want to end with this. And I want to end with this because I'm speaking here to INSAP, which is owned by the MCA, China in Malaysia. And MCA has played a big role in bringing China into the Malaysian economy. We have just published a book by the same title, China in Malaysia. It's now out in the bookshops. Now here we are seeing a very new phenomenon. Strong governments, Chinese government, single dominant party, strong leaders, strongman leaders, Xi Jinping now talking directly to the strongman of Malaysia, Najib Razak, creating state-state ties and bringing their very powerful state-owned enterprises into collaboration with our very powerful GLCs. We have not seen this phenomenon before. And what we are seeing now here is a massive inflow of Chinese investments in this economy. I'm not saying they're all bad. In fact, some of them, our studies indicate, are very productive. But we've also seen other problems. We've seen the ECRL scandal. We have seen also the issue with for a city, Malacca Gateway. So much effort was put into Malacca Gateway, in which the MCA also played a big role in, and now it's brought to a standstill. These are major problems that we have to grapple with, and I've not heard anyone talking so far yet about Chinese investments in this country. But we also have the productive type, Huawei. We have Alibaba, which is doing some important things. I have to end here because I'm way beyond my limit, but I hope these are issues which the 12th Malaysia Plan will consider very carefully when they look into the major structural problems that have to be rectified. So far, I will say this, I want to end with this. What we have seen, it doesn't matter whether it was Pakatan, Barisan Nasional, or Pakatan. There's been no political will on the government to move away from race-based type discourses to an articulation of policies which is based on what this country really needs. There are major structural problems which we need to address. We need to bring in all Malaysians into this process of resolving the structural problems, but we cannot do it if we continue with the type of policy plans that we have seen in the past, which may figure in the 12th Malaysia Plan. Okay, thank you, Dr. Wong.
Right, thanks, Prof. Thank you. Thanks again bringing up issues about GLC's network, which when I look at the network diagram was so huge, so complex, and as you say that it has become the source of numerous problems, business scandal, all the political business patronage, and more importantly, absorb very critical resources, while the dynamics of the economy actually lies in the hand of those SMEs that account for more than 98% of the Malaysian establishments, out of which 2/3 they belongs to micro enterprises, and yet they are not being given enough attention in the allocation of resources. So thanks again, Prof. Gomez. So now we turn to thanks. Now we turn to Ms. Mira Samantha. So by this then we are going to have a different tone in the next 15 minutes, away from economic problems to social problems. Ms. Mira has dedicated 20 years of her life to helping women in need. The journey began as a volunteer in the Women's Aid Organization, helping abused women with filing of police reports and seeking medical attention and counseling. So she now serves as the Vice President of Women's Aid Organization for 11 years to date. Mira has also served as the President of the Association of Women Lawyers. She is a notable advocate for women, having influenced the change of multiple laws and policies in Malaysia related to women. So Mira, you have the floor. Mira, we can't hear you.
Mira, you need to turn on your mic, your microphone. Yeah, okay. I think it's turned on now. Wait, it's off again. We can't hear you again.
It's unmuted now.
Oh, okay, great. It's on now, yeah.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear. Go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry. A very good afternoon, and thank you INSAP for inviting JAG to provide a gender perspective into the 12th Malaysia Plan. The Joint Action Group for Gender Equality is a coalition of 14 women's rights organizations in Peninsular Malaysia, Sabah and Sarawak. And since 1985, we've been advocating for gender equality and social justice in Malaysia. I will first give an overview before I go into the direct recommendations that we have. Malaysia stands at a critical crossroads. The COVID-19 pandemic has amplified existing gender inequalities and threatens to erode the progress we have made towards eliminating gender-based violence and discrimination. However, the pandemic and MCO has also shed light on how we may not only recover, but through swift and bold action, come out of this crisis more equal and economically stronger. The organizations comprising JAG and other NGOs have observed firsthand how the pandemic has eroded gender equality in key areas. And some of the key areas are in gender-based violence response, women's employment, and women's healthcare. We also observed that the stimulus measures implemented after the start of the pandemic really fell short of embracing a gender lens and reaching the women most in need. However, we did a complete assessment of the extent of the gendered impacts of the pandemic and the design of necessary policies to offset these negative impacts are really compromised by severe gaps in sex disaggregated data. Thus, we hope that the 12th Malaysia Plan would focus on the systemic and standardized collection of sex disaggregated data for all sectors, with the particular focus on data related to gender-based violence. The 12th Malaysia Plan must be grounded in the need to invest in all women, especially in their education, health, social status, and job opportunities, with an emphasis of gender equality and women's empowerment. The plan should highlight progress, challenges, and implementation gaps towards women's empowerment, but also provide a roadmap to strategies to effectively implement international commitments on gender equality. So we really need a roadmap and not just a recommendation from the government or how it should be placed. The 12th Malaysia 5-year plan, 2021 to 25, must improve accessibility and leave no OKU behind. Malaysia has a disability prevalence of 11.1% among adults. And among children between 2 to 17, the disability prevalence is 4.7%. And women who are the primary caregivers of persons with disabilities, whatever affects persons with disabilities has an enormous impact on women in Malaysia as carers. So at the same time, women and girls with disabilities are our hidden sisters. They are overlooked and unable to access the built environment, ICT, education, and training opportunities and services. Say in just over another decade, say by 2032, 20% of our population is expected to be age 60 and above. Aging is closely associated with further increases in disability prevalence. For example, aging-related vision loss is rapidly becoming a major healthcare problem. And with a population that is aging at a pace that is unprecedented in history, the 12th year Malaysia Plan must urgently accelerate accessibility initiatives to transition to an aging society. Accessibility must be based on universal design and increases in safety and ease of use for everyone. Malaysia has embarked on strategic rollouts for digitalization and connectivity initiatives, but we are technologically 2 generations behind regarding information, communication, technology, ICT, access for women and girls and men and boys with disability. Print disabled Malaysians face a famine of accessible information and reading materials. So Malaysia must urgently address this, be prepared for the rising number of persons who would benefit from accessible websites and accessible reading materials. So that was basically an overview, and I just have 5 concrete recommendations. So the first recommendation is improving gender-based violence response. Especially after the pandemic, we've realized that our response is far than is what was expected. We really need to set up a shared 30 million ringgit interagency fund to train first response to gender-based violence. We should earmark 50 million ringgit to expand the availability and accessibility of crisis shelters for gender-based violence survivors. We need to allocate 5 million to operate and improve 24/7 telephone crisis service in Malaysia. Make available a separate annual fund of 20 million to combat gender-based violence as part of a disaster management response so that we can have critical services and that can remain available when they are needed most. Our second recommendation is closing the gaps in women's employment. I believe Sri Ramon Navaradan just mentioned about shared prosperity, equal opportunity, and should be for all races, for all ethnic groups. And that it would include, I would like to stress, for all genders, and that would include women. So in closing the gap in women's employment, the first thing that we have in mind is create more opportunities for women's participation and advancement in the labor force, including to achieve 59% of women's participation in the labor force by 2025. And how do we do that? Create a more conducive working environment by expanding flexi working hours. Create a database of daycare centers to allow for searching and comparison. Create an enabling environment for women in middle management to ascend to top management. Increase top management positions in the private sector to 30%. Hire women after career breaks. Increase financial incentives for SME employers as they require more support to change from the current system that we have, a single peak trend, to a double peak of women's labor force participation rate, and support women who want to return to the workforce by strengthening the career comeback program, which includes upskilling, reskilling, coaching, and mentoring. And adopting appropriate measures to improve women's ability to earn income beyond the traditional occupations that we are so used to. The second way to close the gap for women's employment is to have subsidized adult education and lifelong learning programs for women after their career breaks to close the gender gap. Increase the affordability and availability and accessibility of childcare by providing consumer subsidies. Eliminate discriminatory practices against women in employment and create an environment conducive to women. How do we do that? One critical step is to enact the proposed amendments that we have made to the Employment Act to make the workplace more family-friendly, including prohibiting discrimination against employees and job seekers on the basis of gender, race, religion, and disability status, and introducing a minimum of 7 days paternity leave in the private sector and increasing paid maternity leave to 98 days, and protecting workers' rights to flexi working arrangements. The other need that we need to close the gap is to address the economic rights of foreign spouses, including prohibitions on work, which will help Malaysian families. See, every year, immigration issues an estimated of 150,000 visas annually to spouses of Malaysians. However, these individuals face significant barriers to employment, which harm and impact not just the foreign spouses, but also the Malaysian family. And many of these foreign spouses are professionals or skilled workers. By employing them, we would add to Malaysia's permanent workforce and contribute to the country's development and increase the taxes collected. So we recommend removing the prohibition from employment. The third area of recommendation is, of course, strengthening the primary healthcare response to gender-based violence. We need to prioritize building the capacity of primary healthcare to respond to gender-based violence. We need to ensure the full and continuous functioning of all our one-stop crisis centers in the major general hospitals across the country. And right now, only a very few of them are working. Designing a national strategy to reduce the maternal mortality rate as part of a long-term plan to improve sexual and reproductive health care for women and girls. Our fourth recommendation is enhancing women's political participation. We need to establish a mechanism for women's equal participation. There's a whole discussion on this. I won't go into it. I just give a one-liner to say that we need equitable representation at all levels of political process and public life in each community and society, enabling women to articulate our concerns and needs. The final recommendation is responding to gender disability intersectionalities, leaving no one behind. You know, we talk about disability inclusion, but disability inclusion needs really a cultural shift. And the recommendations that we have is allocate 20 million for digital accessibility of Malaysia. What we need to do is develop and implement a national strategy to achieve by 2025 Malaysia's accession to the Marrakesh Treaty to facilitate access, publish works for persons who are blind, visually impaired, or otherwise print disabled. And that would be the responsibility of the Ministry of Domestic Trade and Consumer Affairs and Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We need to issue national guidelines for compliance for all web developers and publishers, conduct nationwide ICT training and advocacy program to technically enable and encourage compliance with these national guidelines for digital accessibility. That would be the responsibility of the Ministry of Domestic Trade and Consumer Affairs, Ministry of Communication and Multimedia, and Ministry of Education. We need to set up an independent approval body for digital accessibility. We need this to check and evaluate prior to approval of digital accessibility provisions in all plans relating to social media and all other online platforms, as well as publishing. Support Malaysian schools, colleges, and universities in establishing an efficient and sustainable system for securing accessible reading materials available worldwide. The second allocation that we wish to have is allocate 20 million to strengthen physical accessibility, which is the responsibility of the Ministry of Housing, the local government, Ministry of Transport, and Education. We need to conduct a policy research study on the accessibility and usability by persons with disabilities of the infrastructure, facilities, and services. We need to gather this data regarding the extent of the compliance of UBBL 34A, the Malaysian Standards 118/42014 and 1183. By doing this research, we can identify the compliance, the implementation, and enforcement issues and make policy recommendations. I mean, if you go to so many of these universities or colleges or public utilities, accessibility is a major issue, and we're still talking about it. Since even the time we had the Persons with Disability Act, which is really a toothless act, which has no redress mechanism. We need to develop a national accessibility strategy for implementing universal design principles and ensuring compliance with Malaysian legislation and standards on accessibility of the built environment. We need to set up an independent approval body for physical accessibility at the federal level with state branches to check, evaluate, prior to approval, access provisions in all plans related to the built environment and built transport. And also establish and implement a national program to fill knowledge and skills gaps for fast-forwarding Malaysia's progress on physical accessibility and related services. Example like large print signage, sign language, interpretation services at the information desk of major public buildings in preparation for our aging society. My last note on this is, I'm within time, wow. Update and strengthen the curriculum of the education and training of all building and infrastructure related professionals and construction personnel by including universal design and the technical requirements for accessibility as a compulsory subject. Thank you. That's Jack's input into the Malaysia Plan, 12th Malaysia Plan.
Thank you, Ms. Mira. So you're the only one who has done the work within the time limit, so it shows that women is really good in self-discipline than men. So thank you very much for multitasking. That's right. And thank you for bringing up this issue, because in economic research, one of the very robust results that stand in between gender equality in workplace is exactly the lack of work flexibility, time flexibility in job market. So having that being institutionalized, in fact, it's the one that will be very helpful in bringing gender equality in the workplace. So thank you very much for bringing up that point. Thanks.
I just want to add that most of the presenters, thank you for bringing up issues on ethnicity, but nobody touched on gender because that is not within the mantra of most presenters, and we hope will be in their mantra from future.
Thank you once again. Thanks, Mirza. All right, so next speaker we have Dr. Chandra Muzaffar. Dr. Chandra Muzaffar is both a social activist and an academic. He is president of International Movement for a Just World, an international NGO based in Malaysia, which seeks to critique global injustice and to develop an alternative vision of a just and compassionate civilization guided by universal spiritual and moral values. Chandra also sits on the board of a number of international NGOs concerned with social justice and civilizational dialogue. Chandra was the Nordin Sopi Professor of Global Studies at University of Science Malaysia in Penang. He was awarded the Rockefeller Social Science Fellowship in Development Studies for Southeast Asia 1984 to 85, and the Henry J. Bannon Prize for Distinguished Scholarship on Southeast Asia in 1989. He has published extensively on civilizational dialogue, international politics, religion, human rights, and Malaysian society. So the author and editor of 20 books in English and Malay. Many of his writings have been translated into other languages. Among Chandra's major publications are Protected, published in 1979, Islamic Resurgence in Malaysia, 1987, Human Rights and the New World Order in 1993, Rights, Religion and Reform and Global Ethic, or Global Hegemony, published in 2005. So welcome, Dr. Chandra Muzaffar, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Peace be upon you. I'd like to begin by expressing my appreciation to INSAP for this very kind invitation. What I'd like to do this afternoon is to first focus on what I think is the fundamental problem with the economy and with societal development in Malaysia. And then I'd like to propose some very broad solutions to that fundamental challenge. Listening to all the presentations and reading a little bit about the 12th Malaysia Plan, I'm convinced that after 63 years and numerous development plans, we have yet to overcome the challenge of disparities in our society. That is our major challenge. Disparities in geographical and spatial terms, disparities in terms of socioeconomic status, income, disparities in terms of gender, disparities in terms of abilities, opportunities. It is basically the challenge of disparities. Now, what is good about our shared vision articulated a couple of years ago is that it appears to be concerned about disparities. But what I was a little disappointed about the shared vision theory contained in what our planners had articulated in terms of concrete details on how we are going to overcome disparities, we seem to have fallen short. of the mark, how we are really going to overcome these disparities. Because one gets the impression, and correct me if I'm wrong, one gets the impression that we don't want to deal with the type of structural issues related to disparities that affect elite interests. And this actually is a problem everywhere. Elite interests have become so entrenched in so many different types of societies and systems. They become so entrenched that bringing about real, meaningful, fundamental change is almost impossible because of the way in which these interests have become entrenched over time. And we are not an exception. Before I go into that, friends, let me say that Malaysia has, on a comparative basis, done better than a number of other countries. We cannot run away from this truth. We have done better because in certain areas we have performed well. Again, it is a relative judgment. We have performed quite well. If you look at even this question of poverty and disparities and so on, let us not forget that we started off at the time of Merdeka in 1957 with a very well thought out rural development program that is related to both income disparities in a sense, but also to geographical and spatial disparities. A massive rural development program that centered around schools, health clinics, infrastructure, roads, bridges, and all the rest of it. It was quite a remarkable program. It had its shortcomings. It failed in certain respects, but nonetheless, it was one of our achievements. One of the reasons why we had a fairly good foundation. And it's also true that if you look at another dimension of societal development, this goes beyond economics. We did the right thing. We did the right thing by adopting an inclusive approach to our citizenry, by which I mean the granting of citizenship to a very big proportion of the people, the populace, which had become part of the country as a result of various historical and sociological forces. It was not an easy decision. It was fraught with tremendous challenges and political risks, but it was done. And that sort of inclusive approach in terms of citizenry also helped, because it helped in preserving a very big segment of the economy. It gave rights and a role to the newer citizens in a situation where you find that the whole question was hotly debated at a certain point, but in the end, the elite prevailed, and this is what was done. So inclusivity in terms of politics and participation was also a positive factor. And to that, I think one should add an attitude which has been there all along amongst our people, and this is to the credit of the Malaysian people as a whole, a live and let live attitude, where we are able to accept differences. You don't have to articulate this in charters and programs and so on, but it is there. It is in the way in which people live in Malaysia. We accept differences. We are generally quite an accommodative people, and we understand the need to give and take. And these have been our strengths. And to this, I would add, as I always do whenever I talk about what I see as the strengths of this society, before one talks about shortcomings. We have had, and this again is a stroke of good fortune, we have had a workable constitution. It's a remarkable constitution in many ways. It really reflects on it, the Malaysian constitution. And you don't get this from people who are just interested in articles and clauses of the constitution. You have to see it in terms of the larger context of the constitution, its dynamic, and you understand why this is such a remarkable document that we have. It takes into account the history and background of the country and the realities that have shaped the nation over a period of time. It takes into account the identities of individual communities. It takes into account rights. And there is an implicit recognition of responsibilities, which I'll talk about later. But the point I'm making is that we've had this strength, we have had this blessing. It is nothing less than a blessing, our natural resources. And we are sheltered from some of the major challenges that other societies, our neighbors, are confronted with. And by this I mean typhoons and floods, massive type of floods, which some of our neighbors have had to face, and also earthquakes and natural disasters of that sort. We've been a very fortunate country, a lucky land, as it were. What has gone wrong? Why is it that we have this challenge of disparities? Let me put it in simple, stark terms. It is because of our socioeconomic system. It is because of the underlying ideology. It is because of something that we don't really talk about in this country. It is basically the capitalist system that is the root problem. An elite-oriented capitalist system. Most of the time, that's what capitalism is. It's elite-oriented, where the fruits of development are basically enjoyed to a greater extent by people who are in the upper echelons of society. I'm not saying it's just the elites, but people who are in the upper echelons, they enjoy the fruits of development. And this has been so in our society, friends, for such a long while, for decades. That is our problem. We continue to operate that sort of system. We feel that it's the only system that we can have. We dare not think of alternatives, and there are, I think, alternatives that one can work on, but we haven't really bothered about this. We are somehow convinced that this is the only way in which we can manage society. A sort of elite-oriented, capitalist-oriented economic system with all its social and political implications. This is the root problem, and we have to recognize this. Which is why, if you look at things that have happened over the years, and I'll give just a couple of examples to reinforce this point, even something like the Rural Development Program that I alluded to earlier, which was praiseworthy in terms of overcoming disparities and all the rest of it. There were times when certain things could not be done. Why? Because there were vested interests. And what were these vested interests? These were vested interests linked to capital and to the power generated by capital. So an attempt to, say, organize cooperatives in the rural sector in the early years of independence, it just didn't take off because of the opposition from those with vested interests. And because that had to be taken into account in terms of elections and seats and all the rest of it, a lot of ordinary people suffered. The poor suffered. And You can look at another sector that emerged a few years after independence. This was the manufacturing sector. And in terms of organizing workers and ensuring that workers had their rights and strengthening their position, it was thwarted at every turn and corner. Again, because of vested interests, because of those with capital, with wealth, those who had power, they made sure that that wouldn't happen. So you had your factories, you had workers, you provided them with some jobs, but that was it. One couldn't go beyond a certain limit. Why? Because of the power of capital, because of the system that we operate in. And this is the reality. This is something that we cannot run away from when we talk about our situation. I don't see how the 12th Malaysia Plan will deal with this, because the 12th Malaysia Plan, if it's going to propose fundamental changes, it must be prepared to at least offer some solutions to challenges of the sort. The type of socioeconomic system we have inherited, what it means in terms of ordinary people, their interests, their well-being. The question what one should ask now is, what is the solution? How do we overcome this? Given the time constraint, I just want to propose 3 quick solutions. Number 1, focus upon the question of disparities. When you talk of shared prosperity, it has got no meaning if you don't focus upon disparities and be concrete in dealing with these disparities. Look at our brothers and sisters from Sabah and the presentations from Sabah and Sarawak. And I've come across presentations of this sort on numerous occasions. It is just amazing when you think about it, how wide the gap is between some of those parts of our land, our common land, Sabah and Sarawak, and the rest of Malaysian society, more affluent parts of Malaysian society. Now, one has to focus upon these challenges in a concrete manner, not in general terms. Socioeconomic, sociogeographic disparities of the sort. Look at income disparities in the public services, for instance, how huge the gap is, and why we are not prepared to touch on this at all. I mean, just like in the case of national budget and need, the recognized need to improve the income situation of people in the lower echelons of society. We don't want to do certain things because we want to preserve those vested interests. We don't talk about substantial, real salary cuts. We don't talk about evaluating the whole system of salaries and allowances in this country, especially for those at the upper echelons. We don't discuss any of these things. And even people from the private sector who very often laud the private sector and talk about how great the private sector is and so on. Why don't we look at incomes, at remunerations within the private sector and compare to what people at the lower levels within the private sector, within certain companies and so on, earn every month? And this has come to the fore because of the COVID-19 crisis that confronts all of us. You can see how serious these disparities are. So we don't want to deal with this. So let us have a plan that focuses upon these disparities in concrete terms, in terms of allowances, salaries, in terms of the returns from labor, from people who are working hard, who are suffering. What are they getting in relation to what others are enjoying? Is this fair? Is it just? I think these are fundamental questions we have to ask. It is not an ethnic question at all. This is a question of socioeconomic disparities, of class, rather than ethnicity. And we must be prepared to face this. So this, to my mind, is the first challenge. All the various dimensions of disparities. Then our sister just now talked about gender disparities, which are also very, very serious, and we have to address them. And disparities, which you also alluded to, involving people with disabilities. A lot of lip service, but in terms of actual action, we have not been able to achieve very much. So concrete focus upon disparities, if you want to give any meaning at all to this shared prosperity vision. Number two, I think it is also very, very important for us to emphasize research. Others have alluded to this. I'm talking of scientific research, research that would tap into new sources of wealth, research which would draw upon, which would harness some of the hitherto untapped, some of the hitherto concealed sources of wealth in this country itself. The tremendous diversity that we have in terms of flora and fauna, especially in Sabah and Sarawak, and how we can harness this wealth, this knowledge for the benefit of people as a whole, not just a few individuals here and there. But basically that sort of orientation towards research is not there. Our universities are not doing it, our research institutes are not doing it, and you find that generally the government itself is not as supportive of research in this sense as it should be. You compare us to, say, South Korea at a certain time in their past and the amount of attention South Korea gave to research and development, which is why, as some of you here would be aware of, when they decided to manufacture a car, they came into the scene later than us, but they did so much better because the engineering, the scientific base was so much stronger. It's not just the population factor. They were in a much better position because they had the foundation. And this is what we lack. Building a strong foundation as far as research is concerned. And that is the key to economic development, is science, mastering science. And here we are not just talking about the application of science, which is technology. We are talking about the basic sciences, which we have to harness to our advantage on our own and working with other people. We have not really paid much attention to that. I don't see much emphasis on that in the budget, for instance, or in our development programs in the past. Now, the last thing I want to talk about, the third area that we should emphasize. This goes back to the question of ethnicity, community, and interests, competing interests, and the rest of it. It's a huge subject and it's very, very complex. But all that I want to touch about, all that I want to touch upon here is sort of a simplified solution to this challenge, which nonetheless one hopes will have to generate discussion. I think one of the problems with our country is that in approaching the question of ethnicity, we have been enamored with the rights approach. It's each community talking of its rights. And this applies to all communities. It's basically this obsession with the rights. Understandable. Rights are important. Rights must be incorporated into any formula to overcome. All that one agrees. But I think there's something more important than rights. And that thing that is more important should be wedded to rights. And that is a notion of responsibility. Responsibilities are equally important. And now more than ever before, we can see why responsibilities are so critical. You want to protect the environment, it's a question of responsibility. You want to overcome issues of gender, responsibility. If you want to talk about the family, responsibility. These are very, very important factors. We want to talk about overcoming disparities in society, socioeconomic disparities. Responsibility is very important. What our society lacks, and many other societies are in the same category, it is a commitment to overcoming the wrongdoings through responsibility. A notion of responsibility, of one's stewardship, one's commitment to other human beings. And that goes for all sectors of society. I think it's the responsibility that we should emphasize. And I hope to see some emphasis upon responsibility as a shared principle, as a shared value that all Malaysians can subscribe to. And if you look into all our cultures and philosophies, responsibility is very important. Responsibility is in some ways more important than rights.
Right. Thank you very much.
If I could, if you don't mind, brother, when the UN Declaration of Human Rights was being drafted, the representative from China argued for a clear articulation of responsibilities, not just a document that talked about rights, because he said that you cannot have a harmonious society or a just society without responsibilities. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Muzaffar. So thanks for injecting that humanity into our discussion today. And by the time when you mentioned about the responsibilities, you remind me of a discussion this year when it was the Friedman mentioned about the shareholder capitalism, where by today we start to talk about stakeholder capitalism, where we try to have close socioeconomic disparities, including to incorporate everyone's in the capitalist society, so that the fruits of the productions can actually benefit everyone in the economy and the society, rather than benefiting the shareholders in the production. So thank you for bringing up these issues. Thanks again, Dr. Muzaffar. Thank you. So we have our last but not least key opinion leaders today, Dato' Tan Kok Liang. So Dato' Tan is the current president of the Malaysian Association of Tour and Travel Agents, MATA, as well as the president of the Federations of ASEAN Travel Associations. He is a chartered accountant by training, and due to his passion in travel, he further pursued his studies and obtained a master's in tourism from the University of Toulouse, France. And he is also a certified hotel administrator. As MATA president, Dato' Tan has instituted several Malaysia-based online booking engine to ensure members' business key initiatives to further drive inbound tourism to Malaysia, such as setting up the interest and protected and initiating aggressive overseas promotions to China, India, UK, Europe, and ASEAN. During the pandemic, which subsequently led to the closing of the border, Dato' Tan has been lobbying the Malaysian government to reassess for gradual easing for the border to international tourists. So in 2018, he was the award recipient of Tourism Promotion Organization Best Award, Best Tourism Industry Leader, in recognition of his valuable contribution to the development of tourism industry in the Asia-Pacific region. The award was conferred by Tourism Promotion Organization for Asia-Pacific Cities, an international organization established in 2002 with the blessing of the 5th Asian Pacific Cities Summit. So, Dr. Tan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you to INSAP for this invitation, and a very good afternoon to moderator Dr. Wong, distinguished panelists and attendees. Next slide, please. About MATA, I just take a minute. I like the comment by Sri Dr. Kamal when he says, bringing the NGOs as a partners and the third pillar alongside the government. So about MATA, basically we are established in 1975. And we have 2,800 corporate members throughout the country. And our members' business scopes includes domestic, inbound, outbound, air transportation, land transportation, ticketing, Umrah and Hajj, and of course education and training. And we are the only one of the few associations, or even in Asia, to be linked up with the European Travel Agents and Tour Operators Association, ECTA, also with World Travel Agents Association and also with the WTA in China. Of course, we also affiliate with ASEANTA and the Federation of ASEAN Travel Associations. Next slide, please. COVID-19 has provided an opportunity to reset tourism, and it's a time for us to reflection and a reinvention towards a better and more sustainable tourism for the future. Due to COVID-19, gone were the days of over-tourism, overcrowding, environmental issues, zero-cost travel, and of course, mass tourism issues. So this is the opportunity for us to reset tourism. Next slide, please. Of course, as an association, we have called for strategic roadmaps for tourism recovery. And the government needs to set a strategic roadmap for the recovery over the next 5 years. Tourism is an important industry for many countries, and it's a tool for economic development, conservation, and preservation of natural resources. And increasingly, the tourism industry is facing health and safety-related issues. Today, in 2020, we are looking into tourism receipts of about 100 billion, with tourist arrivals of 30 million. Today, we are down by 90%. And if you look at budget 2021, there was no solid programs to protect workers and SME businesses. But having said that, I thank you for this opportunity that if you listen to key panelists this morning, the keyword is structural changes, which I've also mentioned at the point number 2. It will not be business as usual, and structural changes need to be made in the way the government promotes tourism and changes its legislation, which is crucial for tourism to make a comeback. Fundamental flaws were exposed over policies made by the government. For example, you have heard about deposits for consumers being held by service providers, by airlines. Laws which were 30 years ago have not been passed by legislation. Many ministers, tourism ministers have come and go, but the laws remain significantly unchanged. And also for the private sector, needs also to restructure its business model post-COVID. For example, travel companies need to redesign their traveler experience and take this opportunity by making travel better, not just safer. So we can see COVID-19 provides opportunities for tourism to reset. Next slide, please. Air connectivity and inclusive. I put this as one of the main priorities to restore back air connectivity as travel restrictions have caused less flights to land in our country. We have our airlines or international overseas airlines, even our local airlines are really in the dire financial situation. And without air connectivity, I think tourism will not recover. For example, in Sabah, I'm given to understand that today, the number of domestic flights, frequencies per week to Sabah is less than 110 flights, which is about 9,000 total capacity compared to pre-COVID weekly flights of about 435 flights with 73,000 capacity. And pre-COVID weekly international flights, which is very important for Sabah, for example, is 226 flights with seat capacity of 37,000. Today, we have 0 international flights. And tourism plays a very crucial role in job opportunities for the locals. So I would like to see that RMK 12, the government do concentrate on air connectivity and incentive for cruise. We know that Singapore and other countries are doing well for cruise. And these cruise operations have a lot of value added to other industries. So I look forward also for incentive on that. Next slide, please. Flexibility of visa policy and requirements. This is also important. When the COVID is over, when vaccine is widely available, we look forward for easing of visa policies, especially to markets like China and India. Next policy, please. Next slide, please. And of course, we have heard about funding for skilling and reskilling of tourism workers. Today, we have seen in the budget 2021, 50 million allocated for retraining of 8,000 employees. What about the rest of every one of us in the industry? Next slide, please. So we are looking forward for RNK 12 to look into upskilling and reskilling foreign languages, for example, tour guides, drivers, customer service, digital marketing, IT skills, diving, niche markets like bird watching, golfing. These are skills that the tourism workers can begin to upskill while waiting for business to be normalized. Next slide, please. The next point is funding for local online booking engines. We have heard so much about digitalization, but today when COVID is exposed, even in the past years, we heard about Agoda, Booking.com, Expedia. But what about Malaysian local booking engines? Even today, the COVID Ministry of Finance have asked the tourism industries to put in their packages to Shopee, Lazada, for example. What about the Malaysian website? So if this is where we are urging for the government to look into local online booking engines. Next slide, please. So from here you can see that we are looking for funding for local online booking engines. We believe is crucial to develop tourism. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. The next one is to incentivize development of rural tourism. We know that where the key trends today of travel is experiential travel, involvement with the lifestyle and culture of the local host or hosting partner, holiday maker. And here we have also heard about shared prosperity vision, infrastructure, internet access. So we hope that the RNK 12 will also look into the funding for the development of rural tourism. Next slide, please. Okay, so some of the nice pictures of development of rural tourism can be seen here. I think rural tourism will be popular in the coming years. Next slide, please. This is the last slide on boosting domestic tourism. We have for the next 1 or 2 years, I don't think international tourists will return to normalcy to pre-COVID level, which will be probably in the year 2023 or 2024. So in the meantime, I hope that the government will look into boosting domestic tourism. There are many proposals, but the budget 2021, we fail to see that there are many incentives that released on lifestyle, but nothing much about domestic travel. So in here, we would urge also to look into incentivize domestic travelers. For example, 8,000 tax relief for individual and family members. Here, in fact, actually, as a matter of fact, the tax savings for a tax bracket of 21% is only something like $1,680. So it's not much, but this have not also been considered by the Ministry of Finance. And also we ask for provision of double tax deductions for employees, for local trips, tax deductions for corporate companies having their MICE event. Before pre-COVID level, we have seen number of corporate groups in Malaysia doing MICE events in ASEAN countries and long-haul countries. So with COVID-19, of course, with the travel restrictions not there, and we hope that for the next 1 or 2 years, probably more corporate companies will do incentive training, in-house programs in Malaysia. With that note, I believe that I'm on time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dato. You're certainly on time. Thank you very much. Thanks for pointing in. Being the hardest hit sector because of the pandemic, I mean, certainly tourism deserves much more attention, not only in the budget, but of course in the implementation of the RMK 12 as well, given the fact that tourism sector has been one of the most important sectors contributing to GDP in the past years. So thank you very much, Dato. Thanks again. So that's all the sessions for the key opinion leaders. Now we will be having our industries leaders to have their 5-minute presentations. Altogether, we have 5 today. So let me start with Dato Tony Koh Chong Boon. Dato Tony Koh is the president of the Federation of Motor and Credit Companies Associations of Malaysia. So Dato, floor is yours.
Sorry, Datuk, you need to turn on your mic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Dr. Wong? Can you hear Dr. Wong?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you, Dr. Selamat tengah hari Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Mustafa Muhammad, Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Dr. Kasimancho, Yang Berhormat Senator Datuk Sri Chen Liangke. Yang berhormat tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang saya hormati sekalian, salam sejahtera. Thank you for INSAP invitation and give us the opportunity to attend this stakeholder conference and share some of our proposal here. Next slide, please. Thank you. On behalf of the FMCCAM ataupun Persatuan Persekutuan Pengedar Kereta dan Syarikat Kredit, we would like to propose into the 5 ideas to be considered under the 3 components of the Rancangan Malaysia ke-12. Thank you. Next slide. Firstly, as we all know, the pandemic has accelerated the progress and need for industry, revolution 4.0 and the digital economy. Before COVID-19, with the support of MOT and JPJ, FMC has worked together with e-auto to provide car ownership online transfer services for used car dealers and buyers. These platforms was already successful model for contactless transaction service before the pandemic. During the pandemic, FMC established the Easy Auto platform to provide free used car trading and bidding services. Until now, this platform has serviced more than 700 small, medium, and micro used car dealers. Therefore, during the post-pandemic period, we would like to propose to the government the inclusions of digital transformation of auto industry in the RMK 12 with a focus on used car online trading, biddings, and delivery tracking. Provision of the tax-free and low interest rate ataupun interest-free loan to support the industry player involved in the digital transformations of the auto industry. The digital transformations of the auto industry cannot be achieved without enough high-end digital talents. However, currently the number of technical talents with capability urgently needed is still limited. Therefore, the government may be interested to include the reskilling and upskilling of the local digital talents for auto industry in the RMK 12. FMC is willing to support the government to actively participate in providing high-end digital talent training programs, skill training support, and practice center. Next slide, please. Telling how to boost the purchasing power thanks to the moratorium of the car loans in the Penjana plans and the auto consumption tax reduction policy implemented during the second half of the 2020. The sales volume of used car has increased by 18% year on year within July to October. However, sales has declined by 15% month to month in November due to expirations of moratorium, and we project sales in December to continue decline. Therefore, we would like to propose to the government to extend tax incentive on private vehicle and to newly cover the tax exemption for commercial vehicle as well. This will help to promote the prosperity of the transportation industry and economic recovery. Moreover, with INSAP, this may enhance market demand and bring further development opportunity to logistics and transportation industry of the country. Regarding how to improve the public safety and security, this might be interesting to the government to promote the extensive use of the IoT system with additional e-source and telematic function, this to ensure driving safety and reduce the accident rate. Last but not least, the car volume of used cars versus new car in Malaysia has always been lower than those in developed countries. Therefore, in order to boost for the more healthy and more sustainable ecosystem of auto industry, we would like to propose some measure which might be effective on this matter to encourage supplementary extended warranty services for the second-hand car, to give additional 10% premium discount from insurance company to customers who participate in the extended warranty program and regularly follow car servicing schedule, to give relaxations on the second car loan application from the bank, to encourage bank to increase handling fee for the new and used car dealers, to reintroduce vehicle voluntary scrapping program of 5,000 with the condition of the trade-in new locally assembled car. That's all. Thank you for your listening. We look forward to your kind consideration for the above 5 proposals from our association. Thank you. Terima kasih. Nandri Wanakum.
Thank you, Dr. Tony. So your points are well taken. Thank you again. Thanks again. Next, we have Mr. Tan Ko Chai, JP, Secretary General of Sabah China Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Tan.
Can you say something?
Yeah. Good afternoon. Can you hear me all? First of all,
yes, we can.
Yeah,
we can hear you.
Terlebih dahulu, saya ingin merakamkan ucapan terima kasih dan penghargaan kepada INSAP atas jemputan untuk petang ini bagi RNK 12 Stakeholder Engagement Forum 2020. So this is my slide. Next slide, please. Okay, there are 7 points that ACCC like to propose under this RNK 12. We started from 2021 until 2025. As you can see, the COVID-19 pandemic, as per today's statistic, we registered about 72,694 cases. About 27.4% is from Sabah, which we registered about 19,900 cases. But you look at the recovery rate, we are a bit slow. Total recovery is about 61,270, but we recover about 11,907. So we, in here, as far as healthcare for Sabah is concerned, we really need to have a healthcare facility, just like a lab, equipment, device, medical infrastructures, and we really require more medical doctors and qualified healthcare providers. because as you can see, currently the existing staff is working under tremendous stress and exhausted. Okay. Point number 2 is talking about the improvements of the existing airport and port and harbors and infrastructures in Sabah. In line with the BII, the Belt Road initiated by China, we are in the position, geographical position, where goods can be easily transported to Sabah. So the ports is very important for the trade. As far as airport is also very important, so that you would be able to attract more tourists to come to Sabah. Point number 3, next page. Point number 3 is about the internet coverage and the speed capability in Sabah particularly. We here experiencing a lot of breakdown and also the internet slowdown. This would actually would make business environment here very difficult, especially we are going into digitalization. We need a very good internet coverage and high capability so that business become more friendly, in this region. Okay. Point number 4 is about providing more financial allocation for the rural infrastructure development. As you can see, Sabah we have about 73,631 square kilometers. We have about 4 million populations, and rural area, the basic infrastructure is very fragmented and very badly provided. Roads, water supply, and power supply are the main concern. So this will bring up, with the proper infrastructure, you will able to bring up the social differences, economic differences between the rich and the poor. Okay? So these are very important. Number 5 is about the tourism sectors. As you can see, the speaker Datuk Tan Kok Leong from Sabah, the Maka, is already highlighted about the tourism sectors. I think the tourism sector needs a bit more encouragement in form of financial assistance and tech initiative so that they can come back stronger. They see some more light in the tunnels in the future. Next. Next slide. Point number 3, if you look at the rubber, for example, in Sabah we planted a lot of rubbers, but we don't have many foreign investors coming into Sabah for the manufacturing and for the rubber related industry. For example, Sabah we planted a lot of rubbers, and it was good for the glove manufacturing, for the tire manufacturing. These are the good place that raw material is readily available, and you will make this environment in terms of strategic location, export to China market, and also create job opportunity for the local. Then this will bring the economic developments, to the Sabah. Lastly is about the fisheries. We like to see more promotion on the deep and freshwater fishery, especially as well as the downstream fishery industry, by giving more grants and subsidy, because these nelayan actually are considered one of the poorest group. If you look at the statistic in the Sabah, for example, under the poverty, most of these are the very poor fishermen. They're using a very old methods for fishing. By having small grant and subsidy to them, so that they will able to improve their living, so that they can improve their livelihood here. So basically, these are the 7 proposals that SEC is like to put forward to the government to consider, so that RMK 12 would able to incorporate some of these good elements, so they will be able to enjoy the fruits. Sabah here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tan. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, thank you very much. We have our next speaker, Mr. Fugi Ki, founding president of SME Association of Sabah.
Mr. Fu, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you turn on your camera? Can you turn on your camera?
Webcam to share, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Are we in action?
Yes, yes, all good. Thank you.
Okay, so can I have my first slide? Thank you to INSAP, especially Deputy Chairman Dr. Pamela Yong for inviting SME Sabah to share our views on this RMK 12, which is very vital to SME Sabah. Next, please. Next. Okay, I would like to just put forth the one before, sorry. The one before this, yeah. I just like to have two proposals. One is a free trade zone, and second, power and water improvement project for Sabah. I'm very fortunate that I'm speaking towards the end because I had very good, excellent account from Senator Robert Lau and also from my friend Professor Kasim, who have given a lot of valuable data and insight on the setbacks of Sabah. So I would, against this backdrop, then I will present my very specific proposal. Of course, there are many items in the wish list, but given the time of 5 minutes, I thought these two will have the greatest impact on SME's well-being. Okay, the RMK, I would like to say that for the free trade zone is to provide funding for land acquisition near the container bay port in KK. At the same time, set up the CIQ and together with the within the free trade zone to have shared facilities like packaging, freezing and all this. I understand that the state government has already identified the area adjoining KKIP, but there are some land acquisition matters which I sense that maybe the funding is lacking. The second one, power and water improvement projects. I think the government got to place emphasis in improving the power and water supply in terms of our output, stability, and the supply to support the growth of manufacturing sector. And most importantly for FDIs. FDIs coming in are all mega projects and they will have to consume a lot of power and a lot of water. And they also will demand that, will assess that our utilities are stable. Otherwise, can you imagine when they are in the middle of the production process, something, there's a what do you call this, there's a blackout, then the whole cycle can be huge losses to them. Next, please. Next slide. For FDZ is vital to Sabah for economic growth. Why? Because number one, although we only have a small population of 3.3 million, and then as presented earlier by the distinguished panelists, we have the lowest, one of the lowest per capita income for all states. So therefore, for Sabah to grow, we cannot grow by our own domestic economy because we don't have the economies of scale. And without economies of scale, you can't compete internationally for your exports. So we hope that through downstream manufacturing of our abundance of natural resources, Sabah can hope to solve the twin problem of unemployment and poverty rates. Why we have chance in downstream? Because the natural resources are controlled by Sabah. So if the government set the right policy, those people who want to tap on our oil and gas and our timber and our palm oil, all these should come here and set up because I think the state government has banned export of timber for that matter. So there is a need for them to come and set up shop here so that we will generate employment and then the per capita income will go up and then the GDP also will go up and so on and so forth. So the social economic benefits are plenty. We can do that. And I'm glad to say that the Sabah government has set up factories under joint venture initiative to start manufacturing 2 different local Sabah-made brands of cooking oil. And I think this is a positive move. And last but not least, the manufacturing contribution to Sabah's GDP is only 7% and amongst the lowest, much lower than Sarawak, which I was told, if I remember correctly, 16% to Sarawak's GDP. So for economy to be progressive, I was told there need to be at least 30% contribution of manufacturing towards the GDP. Next, please. Next slide. Okay, for free trade zone to be set up, but don't forget the small guys, SME, must allocate sufficient area to be earmarked for SMEs. For every big industry coming in, there are a lot of supporting industries like umbrella industry to support the big giants. So besides that, Sepangga container port also can be a transshipment hub for Bimiaga region. As you know, on the Borneo Island, we have Sabah, Sarawak, Brunei, and Indonesia represented by Kalimantan. We are all excited that sooner or later, the Indonesian capital will be relocated to this Kalimantan side, Kalimantan Timur, right? So that means three national capital, three big nations are on one island, okay? And Sabah can act as a collection station for the agro farming products to be exported by China. China needs a lot of this, but Sabah production alone cannot meet the demands from these China importers. At the moment, SMEs are afraid to commit to the high import demands by overseas importers for fear that they will not be able to fulfill their orders, and also cannot sustain a sustainable export. So if KKIP can set up, I would suggest that KKIP set up the sharing of freezing and warehousing facilities, which cost a lot of money. Most micros or these small farmers, smallholders are not able to each set up their own freezing and warehousing facilities to give their products a longer life before the ship comes and pick it up from the port for exports. So this should be set up within the FTZ. Okay, with FTZ means the farm produce can be sent there for processing, for packaging, for freezing until the vessel comes and until the exporters gather enough farm produce. It's not just exporting Sabah's produce per se. The exporters can also buy from Kalimantan, buy from Sulawesi, Mindanao, and have them shipped to this Sepangga free trade zone and process those products inside for accumulated export towards China or Korea or any other nations. So then we will get the scale. If we look at Bimiaga as a trading bloc, collectively have 17 million population. And within the FTZY, then those imports from nearby Bimiaga regions did not go through customs declaration. So it saves time and expenses. As you know, when you deal with agro-perishable goods, time is the essence, right? The longer you take to process it, the less time you have to keep the fruits fresh. Even though even though you have the time to store, have the freezing facilities to store it, but eventually, right, when you reach the other side, you will have lost out in terms of storage costs and all this. Next, please. Okay, what we ask for RMK 12 is to provide funding for land acquisition near Sepangga Container Bay Port in KK. And then also they need funding for setting up CIQ and FTZ. And then at the same time, allow KKIP budget for them to share the common warehousing, packaging, and for rental to these individual SMEs, right? Whoever want, pay as and when you use. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this benefit is more SMEs and jobs creation help reduce our current very high unemployment rate. It helps to develop Sabah's exports, which is very negligible now, and then increase the manufacturing industry's contribution, which our state government is targeted from 7% to 35% contribution to GDP, and also contribute to per capita income increase, thereby reducing poverty rate. Increase in the volume of TUs, if we can grow exports out of KK. At the moment, one of the reasons for high cost of living was cited that there's a lopsidedness, more incoming TUs to imports from KL than outgoing. So imbalance. So many of the TU containers have to be sent back empty. So therefore, they charge you more than one-way freight. Okay, and if we cannot reduce the cost of freight, then I'm said it's set for Sabah, because Sabah's exports have to rely on vessel. So how are we going to compete with Indochina, where they can send to China now by rail, by roads, without going through the sea? And then they have more frequent shipping routes. Next. Next, please. Okay, power water improvement projects. I just want to say that without sufficient and stable supply of electricity and water supply at competitive rates, it will not be attractive to foreign investors to come to Sabah to invest. Okay, and Sarawak has done well in that sense. Their cost of power is very low, and then also they have no problem with the water supply. I think the Pakun Dam has helped them a lot. So therefore, I won't go further into details of all those power and water improvement projects, because I think the earlier speakers have given a lot of insight into all this. Okay, that's my last slide. Thank you very much. I hope I've kept to your time. Thank you. Moderator?
Thank you, Mr. Fu. Thank you very much. Now we have Mr. Dexter Lau, Deputy President of Malaysian Chinese Chamber of Commerce, Sabah.
Hi, my name is Dexter Lau. I'm the Deputy President for Sabah Chapter, Malaysia China Chamber of Commerce. I'm currently speaking to you guys from Sabah. Hopefully everyone stays safe. There are a few things that our members would like to raise to our beloved government now, in terms of some of the things that could get us back on track, and especially during this pandemic, that we can actually contribute at this instance. There are actually 4 points that we would like to highlight. One is that we hope that the government can actually expedite and speed up the Pan-Borneo Highway to actually help to stimulate the economical growth for each of the interstate, intertown, so that we can further run the communication, we can run the access-wise, and that also helps in terms of people movement and business activities. So we hope that this will create more opportunities of business among ourselves, and it will further bring down the cost of transportation with a very beautiful highway that the government want to actually build on. Secondly, Sabah East and West Coast infrastructure improvement. I believe that this has been the topic for many years. We hope that the government can actually look seriously into this matter, and the infrastructure in terms of whatever they can bring us for advancement, I'll leave it to the government to actually help to work on. And the third is, of course, our shipping, our port, and also our logistical infrastructure, so that we Sabahan or we East Malaysian do not have to bear the burden of high cost of transportation and fees that we are actually facing today. And fourth is, of course, in terms of basic infrastructure, and especially the 5G network, the internet connectivity. And we hope that the 5G network and the internet connectivity can actually can be available and can be accessible by anyone living in every corner in Sabah, to help us and in many ways, and we can create and we can stimulate, and then we can enhance our SME to actually do better. We hope that the federal government would actually play a big part in providing any form of assistance or any form of facilities to be deployed down to the business community, to the rakyat, and to the people in Sabah as well. So I hope that these are the few things that is coming out from Sabah Chamber, Sabah Chapter, Malaysia China Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much. Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dexter. So now we come to the last presentations, which is a proposal in Mandarin presented or submitted by the President of Malaysia Heavy Construction Equipment Owners Association. I'm going to read the proposal out. 提案一，政府有必要设立防疫执法委员会，负责监督在抗疫期间执法单位的行为和操守嘛。从行动管制令开始，至今执法单位过度诠释条例或者执法不当的新闻常在坊间流传。疫情当前，人民生活就处于水深火热之中，如果还要面对当局过度苛刻的执法标准，将会令人民生活更为困难。该委员会成员应该纳入朝野议员代表、反贪污委员会、警队廉政局等单位，以便在接获公众的投报后，针对事件迅速展开调查。上述建议设立的委员会，除了接受关于执法的投诉，也应该让受到罚单的人民做出上诉，以示公平。至于目前并没有一个单位是专门负责处理类似投诉，造成人民投诉无门，导致各种传言和不满，这对其他公正执法的执法人员也是不公平的。希望政府体恤民意，设立防疫执法委员会，在监督和维护执法单位的专业、威严和良好形象之余，也能够保障人民的权益。那么第二项提案，本会对外劳漂白简化设一站式柜台表示欢迎。本会希望政府能简化申请程序，最好有一个一站式柜台，那么雇主就可以无需前往多个不同的部门。政府多年前首次进行外劳漂白计划，当时雇主直接向移民厅申请，就少了很多繁文缛节，也很快完成了漂白程序。可是后来另一次通过外包公司的时候，就有很多繁文缛节，也要经过很多的部门，而且也有一些人受骗，付钱给外包公司后仍然拿不到准证。对于有一些业者花了几千令吉为工人申请合法准证，但工人只是做了几个月就跑了，因为在制式上存有漏洞，那些非法外劳拟长了几年。之后又光明正大来申请合法化，那么其他外劳有样学样，这种反复的情形让业者很为难。基本上，业者愿意进行漂白计划，聘用合法外劳也比较安心。那么这一次政府宣布直接向人力资源部和移民厅申请，这是一个很好的举动，但希望有一个一站式的柜台，能够直接处理所有程序。否则，如果先要去人力资源部提升文件，然后再向移民厅申请，那就很麻烦了。这一次如果能够直接向政府申请，我们相信这可以减低一些成本，也希望政府不应向雇主征收罚款，并认为这个计划应由外劳直接向政府申请合法化，然后雇主向政府申请外劳，并由政府分配外劳。All right, so that's all for the presentations by the Malaysia Heavy Construction Equipment Owners Association. And with that, I conclude the sessions for the presentations by industrial leaders. Now, let us invite YB Senator Dato Sri Tin Lian Ke, Deputy Minister for National Unity and the Chairman of INSAP, to deliver his concluding remarks.
Thank you. Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Dr Kasimancho, Minister of Transport, Malaysia, and also MCA's President. Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Muzaffar Mohamad, Minister in the Prime Minister's Department, esteemed panel of opinion leaders, distinguished guests, participants, and friends. Good afternoon. Let me begin by thanking Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Dr Kasimancho, Minister of Transport Malaysia, and MCA President for supporting INSAP's initiative in this stakeholders engagement. Also, I would like to extend my gratitude to Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Muzaffar Mohamad, Minister in the Prime Minister's Department, for spending precious time with us and providing us with an opportunity to do our part to contribute to our country. And not to forget my utmost appreciation to Associate Professor Dr. Wong Ching Yung for his stewardship of this forum and for also sharing with us his own views in his submission later. Thank you, Professor Wong, for making your way all the way from Kampar to be our moderator of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned during the opening address, this important policy instrument is the central map guiding our country's development. So far, for the next 5 to 10 years, it shall continue its purpose of keeping us focused on the goal of promoting growth and shared prosperity. Throughout the years, the Malaysian plans have been addressing the woes, hopes, and dreams of the country collectively and holistically. Thus, moving forward, I cannot agree more with Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Dr. Wee, who put forth the idea that our next plan needs to be revolutionary, and forward-looking, while embodying the concept of equitable growth. A new modernized and inclusive nation-building agenda is where we should be heading to. Ladies and gentlemen, looking at our economies and societies today, the 12th Malaysia Plan is just the right platform to showcase the reconsideration and realignment of priorities so that the needs and aspirations of the country's vibrant population profile can be met. This is also the moment where we witness an entire new multiracial generation standing up, speaking out, and discovering their voices. I would say that they have changed the conversation landscape, which influences how we plan or execute in the future. Thus, it is important for the Malaysian Plan to meet the needs of the young generation, as they are the ones who will resume the roles of following up and carrying on crafting our future developments. At INSAP, we also believe in the absolute upliftment of all Malaysians, keeping in line with the principles laid out in the Shared Prosperity Vision 2030. We believe that the concept of shared prosperity cannot be achieved without a continued focus towards this all-important class. INSAP believes that small and medium industries, size enterprise that make up over 98% of all businesses in Malaysia are in dire need of an economic stimulus to help them survive following consumer sentiments. Over the past few years, our SMEs have shown strong resilience and performance amid changing technologies and economic realities. However, the disruption brought about by this pandemic has seriously put the lively hopes of many Malaysians who depend on the success of their businesses into serious jeopardy. Therefore, one of the main focuses of INSAP for RMK12 is in enhancing SME productivity and regional competitiveness through upgrading our technological capabilities and venturing into automation and robotics. We believe the SMEs should take advantage of the recent signing of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, and to start building long-term agreements once the trade agreement has been ratified into force. This agreement has the potential to unlock new export markets and encourage the production of increasingly technologically complex products and services that Malaysia has to offer the world. Finally, we at INSAP believe macroeconomic security has become an issue of utmost importance, as the severity of this pandemic has exposed weaknesses in our local supply chains. Therefore, we believe that the government should enhance this commitment towards building more robust and efficient infrastructure projects, bolstering short-term GDP and investment. Further, while we recover from the effects of the pandemic, the cost of living and doing businesses must be reduced and brought under control to ensure the best outcomes of all Malaysians as we grow out of this pandemic stronger and with renewed strength to march forward. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I would like to thank the esteemed panel of opinion leaders for their efforts in reviewing and sharing their responses on the direction that our next development plan should take. On behalf of INSAP, I would like to also thank the participation from representatives of various industry groups, associations, youth and women interest groups, and other NGOs for sharing with us their views during this forum, either by submission or proposals or comments online. I'm sure the recommendations here shall benefit the drafting of the 12th Malaysian Plan. Some of the views are for us too, as Malaysians. Thank you to the guests and participants, as well as our colleagues in MCA and INSAP for their tireless commitments in making this forum a success. I'm indeed heartened by the way we have come together today with one objective in mind. At the end of the day, what's important is us as Malaysians continue to contribute and support our country, Malaysia, in the face of these adversities. Thank you.
Thank you, Dato Sri. Thanks again. So I know that we are 17 minutes behind the schedule. So now we are now at the end of the session, and please bear with me with another like 10 to 15 minutes for me to read up what we have been discussing in the past more than 3 hours of all the sharings and discussion. So I would like to put all the perspective into 5 major categories here. But of course, the first, since this is about the Article 12, so it is very much about the effectiveness and implementations of the policy, so which therefore involve the effectiveness of the government. So in that sense, the very first category that we have heard this morning is about transforming public sector. So from YB Senator Robert Lau, for instance, so he argued for restoring federalism that brings back the power sharing between the central and state governments. And also we heard about the importance of fiscal reform, particularly a tax reform from direct to indirect taxes by Mr. Lee Heng-Wei. And this is particularly important when we just know that Fitch has downgraded our ratings from A- to BBB+, even though that's for foreign currency bonds, which is not a major component in our government bonds, but somehow it sends a signals to the importance of fiscal reform. So in order to be able to implement, to execute the fiscal reform, of course, we need efficient, we need visionary governments, as emphasized by Tan Sri Kamal. And of course, when we talk about the reform in the public sector, we can never run away from the gigantic GLCs, the one that Prof. Gomez has put up so many efforts for so many years, and to show how that GLC has grown to become a very huge, massive, uncoordinated network. Like as Prof. Gomez has mentioned, it becomes a source of numerous problems, scandal, political business patronage, and more importantly, it absorbs a very important share of resources, which for example, as we mentioned earlier, is supposed to go to the SMEs, the core of the dynamics of the economy, which account for more than 98% of all the business establishments in Malaysia, employing, hiring more than 2/3 of Malaysians. And the second category is about private sector, on how to revitalize and energize private sector, sorry about that. And of course, of all the revitalization of private sector, even though we have been emphasizing foreign direct investments for long, but we know that it has to, at the end, come from domestic investment. So domestic investment has to be a very important part. And when we talk about domestic investments, we cannot forget SMEs again, because being the most important form of business establishments in Malaysia. So uplifting SME, for instance, in terms of what I call transforming the SME with the digital technology and bring them to e-commerce platform, especially with the signing of INSAP to global market, will be the way forward. All right, and when we talk about the transformative and digital technology, of course, as Tan Sri Kamal has mentioned, that crouching tiger, the example given with 28 projects going on now, it's definitely the way forward. And of course, when we come to more concrete examples on how to re-energize private sector, so that of course include the tourism industries, for example, on how to re-establish the connectivity in tourism industries, how to encourage domestic tourism, and how to, of course, again, when we come to digital technology, how to in fact establish or build the online booking platform, online booking engine to revitalize tourism industries in Malaysia. And of course, and that digital tag is pretty important in auto industries as well as when we come to the concrete measures in what we call the revitalizing private sector. Free trade zone is always another measure that we cannot ignore. The third category is about regional imbalances, whether it's geographical imbalances or whether it's gender inequality, gender imbalances, or whether it's rural-urban imbalances. Because of the existence of these regional imbalances, therefore regional rebalancing becomes another important aspect, too important to be ignored in RMK 12. As mentioned by YB Robert Lau, by Prof. Dr. Kasimancho, as well as Mr. Fu. So, and when we touch on the points on regional rebalancing, so it has something to do with public amenities, with health, education, with connectivity, especially about power and water improvement in East Malaysia. So that therefore involve on how to overcome this massive regional geographical disparity as raised by Dr. Chandra Muzaffar. The fourth category, of course, after we talk a lot about growth, about transformations in private as well as public sector, all of these transformations at the end aims for shared prosperity. So that's the fourth category that we have talked a lot about this morning. So as mentioned by Sri Ramon, even though NEP initially aims for socio-economic unity, but at the end, it seems to lead to socio-economic disunity, as many feel today. So whatever shared prosperity that we mentioned today, as well as in RMK 12, we cannot go back the old way. So we must have a new way. But the question is that what is the mechanism for shared prosperity, as mentioned by Sri? And YB Senator Robert Lau, for example, has mentioned, emphasized on the needs-based allocation of resources. And even though we need that concrete measures on how to make the economy more inclusive, but of course we have to acknowledge that concept, how to achieve the consensus on how to achieve that shared prosperity remain in flux. But Sri Ramon, for example, has raised provide a very good example on, for example, how to have a joint partnership among all ethnics. Even Sri Kamal also mentioned about the establishments of business ecosystems that brings in Bumi and non-Bumi partnerships. So this too will be a very concrete measures toward the shared prosperity. The last category will be on the gender equality as well as opportunity in the workplace. Given the fact that women has received educations higher than the male populations, given the fact that we are moving toward aging populations, and therefore, whether we are able to bring in more women, educated women, back into the workforce will be a very important issue. It's too important again to be ignored. So one of the way forward, of course, will be to nurture a flexible, a conducive working environment for women. And Ms. Mira also, raised points about inclusiveness for the disabled groups by establishing digital accessibility for the disabled groups. And of course, all these therefore cannot completely picturize what we have been discussing today. And of course, I have to, I am sure that all the points are well taken and has been noted and will be organized into a complete draft to be submitted to the ministries for the considerations in the design of this RMK 12. So with that, and I conclude my sessions. And once again, I, on the behalf of INSAP, thanks all of the participants, all of our key opinion leaders, all our industry leaders, to spend the time this whole morning to be with us. And thank you very much for your points, for your thoughts, and for your participation. Once again, thank you very much.